not be the same. Few people laughed, few people cried. Most people were silent. I remember the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty. To impress him, takes on its multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." I suppose we all felt that one way or another.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another edition of the Monday show. Now, I know a lot of eyebrows was raised. How dare Money speak to a lefty? But we have with us today the very famous, I must admit, Lister is fairly well known, even in the conservative circles. We have with us Lister. His handle or his brand is Fascists Beware. He has a very interesting YouTube channel. I'll post the link to his channel shortly. He is adjusting his mic and headphone settings, so once he's sorted that out, I'm sure he'll jump on. Now, as you guys know, I am a bit of a righty, and quite clearly Lister is a lefty. So how this is going to go is going to be interesting. Last time me and Lister were on the same panel, we had some fireworks, but we are not going to be talking about typical politics today. I'll give you the background how we got here. So I was watching Working Class Patriot, which is Dave, his live stream, and the live stream actually turned into something very interesting. I must admit, I need to give credit where credit is due. My attention was brought to this by Wendy and Jupiter. Amazing review. I do know that live stream didn't get the credit that it needed, so I did replay the live stream on all the Speakers Corner channels and the Money Cinder channels. And well, that's a good question, Wendy. We'll ask him. Wendy's asking, what's the difference between Lister and Hope Not Hate? Well, that's a good question. I don't believe Lister is working for an agency, but I could be completely wrong. But let's get Lister in. Let's get hellos from Lister, and then we can start going to the live stream. Good evening, Lister.
How are you doing?
Very good. How are you, sir?
Yeah, not too bad.
Do you still get stopped and asked if you are a member of the Pirates of the Caribbean task force?
Every now and again.
Do they seriously stop you and take photographs with you? Was that a serious thing that you said?
No.
Oh, I see. Because you are. Sorry.
But people that I do meet often, they're like, "Oh, Lister," as in Red Dwarf, or "Oh, do you realize you look like fucking Captain Jack Sparrow or whatever?" But What can you do?
Fair enough. Right. I also need to make an apology for my ridiculous haircut. I'd like to say it's not my fault, but it's completely my fault. So I'm just letting all people out there wondering why I look like I've just been in a fight with a hedgehog. So that's that. So the reason how we got here today, I was watching a live stream, Working Class Patriots channel, amazing channel. You guys should go over there and subscribe to him. And Wendy and Jupiter jumped on, and they did a fantastic analysis of one of your videos. Now, I'm going to be honest. I actually missed this, and I don't think you. I think you may have missed some of the things as well, though it is a very good analysis. So I, having watched that live stream, having projected that live stream onto some of the channels I'm associated with, I reached out to you and I said, look, Lister, this is very interesting. Maybe you'd like to come on and talk us through what it is that you saw. Now, there is a slight difference between what you say you saw in this analysis of yours, Lister, and what Wendy and Jupiter say. Basically, you're saying that these are just nutcase right wingers, but obviously we all know right wingers are never nutcases.
That's not what I'm saying.
Right. Sorry. Correct me then, please.
So, like, Piers Corbyn is obviously tries to appear as someone on the left, as does Heiko, as does Patsy Stevenson, who is now being platformed all over mainstream media. So what I'm saying is that there's this idea written down by Jacob Rees-Mogg, like the MP, his father. He wrote a book called Sovereign Individual, in which he talks about a cognitive elite. So what I'm saying is there's this cognitive elite which fits on the authoritarian scale of the political spectrum that goes from left to right, and it's these people who will kind of act as controlled opposition for each other, and they get to invade our TV spaces with their opinions and whatnot. So it's not that it's only the far right. It's these people who have this desire for power and this attention seeking, like this need for attention seeking, that have all conspired to work together. That's why you see people like Heiko in the lockdown and anti-COVID, like COVID conspiracy kind of like protests, working alongside actual patriotic alternative members and other kind of far right organizations like that. So it's this cross section of society that where a left wing and right wing are trying to work together. Now, I'm not saying that's all left wing people who were there trying to do that, or all right wing people there that were trying to do that, but there was a concerted effort by mainly the anti-lockdown and COVID conspiracy kind of group that were there trying to like control the events of that night.
So what if I said perhaps it's nothing to do with the fact that they're conspiring to work together? It's more to do with the fact that they all agreed that the COVID lockdowns were stupid and they were draconian. What if they believe that whatever the reason was for them to be there, that particular demonstration, for example, that is the reason why they all came together, and not because there is some conspiracy happening behind the shadows? So how would you...
So in regards to just anti-lockdown and anti like the COVID conspiracy kind of movement in general, Heiko did a video on Double Down News right at the start of the first lockdown, or before the first lockdown, in fact, where he kind of was promoting the idea of lockdown being introduced and showing how he probably had a lot of knowledge about this because he's half Chinese, I think. And he was pretty much agreeing with everything that China had done to lock down their country to try and prevent the spread of the disease. And he was saying that we should do the same thing here. And then all of a sudden, it seems like he's changed completely his mind to the point where he's even more adamant that like than he was in the first place. So it seems to me that he's possibly being paid by someone to actually change his view in that way, because his view is provably wrong. Like we see New Zealand, which is a kind of like smaller version of the UK, who had early lockdowns, which means they were able to, so as soon as they had like 1 or 2 cases of the virus in New Zealand, they locked down straight away, and they were able to come out of lockdown even quicker. Their economy's doing so much better than ours. They've had less than 100 deaths. We've had more than 100,000 deaths. So yeah, I can't remember the question now, but
yeah, but look, we can't go down that road, because you and I will start having this to and fro, because I'm completely on the opposite spectrum, and I feel that I could argue other. But what we do want to do is have a look at your analysis, which is deep, which is very, very interesting, and see. So basically, Wendy and Jupiter were saying that these guys, which includes Heiko, which includes a group including Steve, Speaker's Corner, includes Resistance GB chap, Wilsey, and a few others, that these guys were there as plants by perhaps some either agency or by the government to stir up trouble, to take a silent and peaceful vigil and turn it into something a lot more sinister. Now, I must admit, I'm not saying that I agree with them. I'm not saying I disagree with them. But because you are the author of this investigation, it was important to get you on here and see what your thoughts are, and see if you agree with it, or in fact that you have a different opinion.
Sure. Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so let's share this screen. So obviously, I've assumed that you've given me permission to use your video, Lister.
I mean, all the footage in it is not even mine, so
right. Okay. Can we jump forward to when Haiku started coming into the whatchamacallit?
Sure. So just to describe what happens before now, is basically it's at the start of the vigil where everyone's just silent because it's a silent vigil. There's people like Resistance GB, Steve, and various others that the camera kind of lands on, and I just give a brief introduction to like who these people are, because a lot of like at the time a lot of people didn't know who they were.
Okay,
especially people
so
outside
I've got it here on 25 minutes. Is that a good point to start from?
Just maybe what time was that?
24 minutes.
Just go back to like maybe 24. Go to 24.
Okay, what when he's naked and he's being served notice?
Yeah, just here where he yeah, why not?
Okay, at any point you want to stop and make a comment, just shout, Lister.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Well, then put the bloody letter in the door and fuck off. The fuck do you think you are? Who the fuck do you think you are? You've just burst in on me naked, right? Right? Letter out of the door. Leave. See you later. Shut the freaking door. Fucking idiots.
He released this video the day after the vigil. Anyway, after a little over an hour into the vigil, Heiko decides to break the silence by addressing the crowd. This seems to have been pre-planned, judging by Colehill's announcement of the speech.
And now the stream appears to be approaching a torrent.
Can I ask, who is carrying the drum, and is the drummer with this what you describe as the party, which includes Haiku and the others from Speaker's Corner? Lister. Lister, are you having a tea break?
Sorry, I'm muted. So yeah,
the drummer. Where's the drummer come from?
The drummer, I can give you. While this is playing, I'll look on my Twitter because he is actually with Piers Corbyn. He's been at anti-lockdown protests again. At the time when I made this video, I wasn't actually fully 100% convinced that who he was. But since since I've covered the anti-lockdown protests so much, he showed his face at one of those with his djembe, and yeah, he's definitely with Piers Corbyn.
Okay, Kenny Evans, if no one's in the chat on the channel that you're on, come over to Speakers Corner online YouTube channel. That's where most of the audience is, but it sounds like you're in one of the more quieter channels. Anyway, let's move forward.
A torrent of people flooding in. I believe there might be an address.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Dr. Heiko Khoo addressing the crowd.
I would like to make a short speech for a very simple reason.
Okay, so Wendy actually made a very good point. I think it was Wendy or not Jupiter, but forgive me if I get the two names mixed up, because they both made some excellent points in their presentation of this. So they actually said, and I do tend to agree with them, that it was highly unusual that Heiko would start speaking at a silent vigil. Now, is that me just agreeing with Wendy and Jupiter, or is that something that we can all agree with?
Well, I think it's not unusual for Heiko, although we don't have any other examples of silent vigils being infiltrated by this group. So this is like, this whole event is a kind of one-off, but it's not unlike Heiko to infiltrate other events and start speaking. So he's been to like a Labour conference where he just basically went to the like left-wing side of the Labour conference and started speaking over the speakers and like trying to like ask a question or demand a question when other people were actually speaking. And like I've done a couple of videos on giving examples of like Heiko Khoo's kind of belligerent invasion of other people's spaces and this kind of entitlement of I must speak because I'm Heiko kind of attitude. So I don't think it is unusual for Heiko to behave in this way.
Okay, let's move forward.
When this event was called, it was initially called as a silent vigil. But the police and the courts banned us from protesting against. And how and why was he able to? How and why? It was because he pulled her over in the name of coronavirus legislation. We must be free to move, to visit friends, to be on the streets, and to protect ourselves and others. This is not, as attention and sex, a conflict between men and women. It is a conflict between all of us and the state apparatus, which has imposed a dictatorship over all of us. Thank you very much. I've said my point of view.
So what is being shouted out here? Is it's not your place, or is it
not your place?
Right.
So
Okay.
eventually it'll become more clearer.
Right.
Haiku has apparently finished his speech now. That everyone's saying not your place. They're obviously not liking what he's saying. He's blamed Sarah basically for her own murder, saying that she was breaking lockdown regulations. And now he's kind of cupping his hand to his ear as if he's like some WWE wrestling kind of bad guy who's been like chanted at by the crowd and like what you're saying, like bring it on kind of attitude.
Okay, well spotted. I'd missed that.
Well, look at his hand. Look at his hand here.
Chanting, not your place.
Sorry, I missed that, Lister. What did you say?
The bit with his hand there was right there. Like he cupped his hand and then he did a kind of like, and now he's. If you put the sound back on.
Yeah. Let's see what he says.
About your officers arresting, attacking, violently, brutally attacking women all over the country, men all over the country, in the name of Corona. Look me in the eyes and tell me you have not broken the rules. Look me in the eyes and tell me you have not broken the rules. Because if you tell me you haven't, you're a liar. They're all lying. They're trying to make us all into liars. Every one of you has broken the rules. Sarah was breaking the rules that night. She was right to be bold, to be free, to be honest, and to fight for all of our rights to freedom.
Okay, so you seem to have a kind of a distaste of anybody. I'm talking to you, Lister. So you put an arrow here a few seconds ago saying anti-lockdown protester. Now I'm an anti-lockdown protester. That doesn't mean that I would, some kind of agent for any, nefarious organization or the government. So why are you trying to couple these two elements together?
Because a lot of the mainstream media refuse to accept or even acknowledge the fact that a lot of Piers Corbyn's cult, all of whom were anti-lockdown protesters, were responsible for like this chaotic nightmare that the Silent Vigil was turned into. And you saw publications like the Daily Mail blaming Antifa and Extinction Rebellion, and that's one of the clips that I hope to get to. It'll come later, but Steve is heard on camera using those exact same words to someone else in the crowd, as if who looked like an actual journalist. She had a camera, and it's as if he's planting the seeds into the journalist's head, who might not be aware of who all these people are, that then gets the headline written that the left get blamed for this when and the anti-lockdown like protesters and the far right elements get completely kind of ignored, which is kind of what happened.
Yeah, but Heiko is a Marxist, right? He is a lefty.
He claims he is, but just because he knows a lot about it and just because he kind of advocates for it every now and like in public doesn't mean to say that's what he is. Like I'll be honest, Khoo was one of the people who, one of the few people that I enjoyed listening to at Speaker's Corner. But now that I've seen him, like kind of literally working with the enemy and
who's the enemy?
Like literal, like Patriotic Alternative, for instance. Would you, if Patriotic Alternative were at a protest, would you quite happily stand side by side with them and speak, like address them on stage and get patted on the back by them? Because that is exactly what he did the following week at an anti-lockdown protest.
I didn't know that.
It's in this video.
Right. Okay.
So
right.
we'll probably get
So
to it.
you're claiming, so by saying this is Haiku's handler, you're also claiming that therefore this is some organized situation, right?
Well, this guy is I mean, to me, he looks like a fucking policeman for a start. Like, he looks like he's not your normal protester who actually cares. He just goes around and kind of fixates himself on one person. He's there kind of agitating a crowd, and he also does this anti-lockdown protests where he's there agitating the crowd against the police, and he never seems to get into any sort of trouble for it, but the people that he is antagonizing sometimes do.
Okay, well, we'll have to see the proof of that. We haven't seen that
I mean,
yet, but
there's no proof of it, there's evidence, but like, this is just what this is my kind of like if I was on an anti-lockdown protest, for instance, and I saw this guy, I would stay well the fuck away from him, because he's quite likely to like agitate things to a point where the crowd might get into trouble in the way that like Nick Watt was harassed outside Downing Street, and now 5 anti-lockdown like protesters are guilty of his harassment, and like lots of other people like William Coleshill, for instance, who was like right front and center of that, isn't, and it's William Coleshill's footage that was used as key evidence, in the judge's words, to convict these people of harassing Nick Watt.
okay, all right, let's move forward and see what's due to come up.
Police moving in.
Back. I want you arresting me, right? I've had enough of that stuff. You've been you brutalised that girl 2 weeks ago. Dragged her and ripped her arms out.
So pause it here. Pause it right here.
Because
So you can see just in the background the djembe player. If you click the link in the private chat, there's a little video there of him at an anti-lockdown protest speaking to Piers Corbyn. If you want to just jump.
So let me just, so this is a Twitter link you sent me, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just stop staring that. Is this the video here?
Yeah. So you'll see him on the left in a second or two.
So you're talking about the chat with the drum?
Yeah, here. This guy here on the left, you should see his face at some point. Yeah, there you go. That's him right there.
Where?
With the
This
hat on.
drum here? On this side?
Yeah, with the kind of
With the hat on?
triangular hat.
Yeah. I don't think we can see his face, but we kind
No,
of...
you see him right at the start of this 15-second clip, right there. You can't see his face actually, but that is him.
So he's a gentleman from African descent?
Probably Caribbean, I imagine.
Okay, so that's all right. So that's fine. So let me stop sharing that. Close that.
But yeah, this next section of the Heiko speech is it's quite triggering. I really don't like watching this next bit of the speech. He goes on about how like he just goes on about like man with a gun and get in the car, and it's just like, why are you trying to make everybody in the crowd relive the experience that Sarah might have gone through?
Okay, so why would he be doing that? Why would he be doing that?
I don't know. It's just the most toxic thing. Like, people are grieving, and he's there, like, going on this tirade about a man with a gun. That this guy, the person, Wayne Couzens, probably didn't even have a gun at the time. It's like, what are you doing? Why? Like, and he's saying that he doesn't care about the people, saying that it's not your place to speak. Like, just play it and you'll see what I mean. But this
yeah, I have noticed everyone's shouting "not your place," but he's carrying on as if the whole crowd is shouting his name, saying "save us, save us." So I'm
he's
very
not. No,
Sorry?
listen. He this next bit, he will address the point that they're saying, like, not your place.
Okay.
Goals to attack the Speaker's corner. Dragged him away, and then I believe he was sex starving. Another man in Scotland you brutalised. Can you let him leave, please? Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Come on. Even if you disagree with me, I don't care. Good. And it's their place, is it? Is it their place? Please, could you leave now? Is this their place? Is this their place? Is this place? Is this their place? Look, why aren't they on their knees? Come on, why aren't they on their knees? Why are the police not on their knees? Not me. I'm the everyone. One of in the name of coronavirus. Excuse me, madam. What are you doing on the street? What are you doing on the street? Get into the car. I've got a gun. Take her. Murder her. Rape her. Burn her body. And then they will arrest me. Leave her.
So wait a minute. So the police have just shouted, "Leave him." Is that right?
I'm not sure if that was the police.
Okay, let's just play that again.
I mean, it could have been. I don't know. But
I'm glad you're here. Come on. Even if you disagree with me, I don't care. Good. And it's their place, is it? Is it their place? Please, could you leave now? Is this their place? Is this their place? Is this place? Is this their place? Look, why aren't they on their knees? Come on, why aren't they on their knees? Why are the police not on their knees? Not me. I'm the everyone. One of in the name of coronavirus. Excuse me, madam. What are you doing on the street? What are you doing on the street? Get into the car. I've got a gun. Take her. Murder her. Rape her. Burn her body. And then they will arrest me. Leave her. Leave me alone.
See, the police shouted, "Leave him."
Leave me alone.
so I don't know. It looks like Heiko tries to get away, and from my understanding, from what I've heard from the police witness accounts, they were told that the last thing they wanted to do at this vigil was make arrests. So they had this like three I can't remember, 3 or 4 like R's, where it's like basically speak to people, request that they leave, I can't remember exactly what the words are, but the 3 E's actually, and the last one was enforce, and the last thing that they wanted to do was use the 4th one, which was enforce. They didn't want to make any arrests, so that's probably if the police say leave him, that's probably why, because it's like 420 on at, like where everyone smokes weed on Hyde Park. It's obviously illegal to smoke weed, but because it's become so normalized, they just allow it to go ahead, and they don't really make arrests unless like people go absolutely batshit insane. And that's, I imagine that's the policing tactics that were used this like for the vigil, but obviously it got to the point where it got too intense where eventually they had to make arrests, especially when he returned.
Okay, let's move forwards.
Down protests.
Okay, so this guy you've outlined as being what you've referred the other clips as Haiku's handler.
Yeah. So you see him here. This is him at an anti-lockdown protest, agitating the crowd and trying to get them more people involved in like fighting the police, which he's going to get away with, and normal people are liable for arrest for, to the point where to the point where people just get arrested and fuck their lives up, but at the behest of this guy.
Sure. Okay.
Into the camera. Wilsey decides to give Heiko a break and searches for a friendly anti-feminist face to squeeze some propaganda out of, while he gives his spin on the police response to Heiko's deranged outburst.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're wondering what was going to happen. Something has happened, but we can see that the police have been given their instructions for the day not to touch anyone here. And it can be confirmed more or less from their actions that the police are employing two-tier policing.
Okay, so just because he's walking around with a camera, Lister, we can't say there's any sinister issues with that. I mean, I've been in the company of Wilsey Resistance GB, and you know he does two things. Sometimes he's a speaker, sometimes he's a cameraman, and so on and so forth. I can't say that I'm completely sold on that point you made there.
Woman appearing on screen, I've spoken to personally a few times while out on protest. She always comes across neutral photography.
So you say that we can't say that he's been like nefarious in any way just because he's carrying a camera?
No, I was saying that in the video you said that he decides to leave Haiku for whatever reason to try and squeeze some feminist for more propaganda, and I was saying, well, just because he's walking around with a camera doesn't mean that he's trying to create some propaganda in any way. He's trying to promote his channel.
I was specifically referring to the next woman that he speaks to, who gives him an interview, who is part of the anti-lockdown like crew. She goes around with a camera, but I've spoken to her numerous times face to face, and she's very nefarious.
Okay, but can I just clarify one point with you? Just because somebody attends an anti-lockdown demonstration doesn't necessarily mean that they're nefarious or guilty of. Yeah,
sure.
Okay.
But
I'm beginning to,
she is friends with her. So William Coleshill is trying to come off as an independent journalist, whereas every person that he asks for an interview refuses an interview. Sometimes they tell him to literally piss off, stop filming us. We don't give him consent because people are grieving, and that's their words that they say. Yet the only people that do give him interviews are people that are anti-lockdown protesters. They're not there to grieve for Sarah, who was murdered by a police officer. They're there to advertise their anti-lockdown stance. They're there to politicize it and not allow the people their privacy and space to grieve for Sarah, who was murdered.
Okay, so on that note, that's a valid point you're making there in terms of why I understand why you would think that. But as an anti-lockdown, anti-tyranny person myself, I would more readily go over to Resistance GB because of his anti-lockdown stance and give him an interview than I would say with someone like you, with all due respect.
But Manny,
you're not anti-lockdown.
Manny, you didn't go to the silent vigil. So when I say anti-lockdown protester, I'm not talking about the anti-lockdown protesters who didn't go, because there's plenty of anti-lockdown protesters who agree with me that this was completely out of order and they shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Yeah, including me. I see this from what I'm seeing on this video as bang out of order. Hence why we're reviewing it. So that's fine. I mean, I wanted to clarify that. Okay, so this is the
when I say anti-lockdown protesters, I'm not talking about them all in general. I'm talking about the ones specifically who are here and thinking that their actions are like okay.
Sure. Okay, understood. So here's the interview that you spoke about.
Okay. Yeah, I'll come to see the vigil and see if it's actually organised. So I'm glad I came down because it was not good.
Yeah. And what do you think? Obviously, there are accusations that it's a police officer who murdered Sarah. If that were to be true, what do you think that would say about the Metropolitan Police?
Well, I think someone like you is more at risk of being assaulted and murdered than a woman. I think you're far more at risk. Statistics show that. And I don't think the profession really matters. I think of all professions, there's always, one who's got problems or difficulties. So males, is it about 16 to 25? More at risk of getting murdered. Yeah.
What do you think about this whole, male curfew and turning this into attack on men by Jenny Jones and Mark Drakeford and a lot of far left sort of communists?
I think it's an interesting gesture, but it's totally unworkable and impractical. It doesn't do any good.
And this next clip is an example of why the walking CCTVs had to use stooges for their interviews. Simply normal people saw right through their ignorant and intrusive agenda.
And only now. We're wearing masks.
Doesn't matter. Go away. We're breathing. Go away.
Excuse me.
No.
Could you have some manners, please? People would like to see what's going on as well, not just you.
Come down here. People are breathing. We didn't ask about. We didn't consent to this.
Not everyone lives in London.
A woman tries to take control of the center stage and mentions something to do with the sound system. Heiko's handler heads towards the bandstand, and look who turns up again, this time with an extra person pulling their sound system. Piers inquires about Heiko, who must have heard about his speech.
Where's Heiko? Last time I saw he was on the other side. I don't know I can't make out what they're saying.
And as they try to make their way to the stage with their amp, it sounds as though a group of women from the collective Sisters Uncut tried to take control of the center stage for some calming speeches.
United, will never be defeated.
I imagine this was done in order to try to prevent another unwanted and tone-deaf outburst like Haiku's. The crowd seemed to be much more receptive to this kind of engagement, but as it gets darker and the bandstand more crowded, the conditions for chaos manufacturers begin to ripen. Notice how Actual Interview walks away from the side of the bandstand where Sisters Uncut are, and instead into the odd splinters of incoherent chants coming from the crowd that are more recognizable from a far-right rally or anti-lockdown protest.
So what do you mean by that, Lister? What do you mean by that? Are you saying that the crowd is now different? And are you saying that the crowd is perhaps made up more of anti-lockdown type protesters? Just clarify your comment, because I'm a little bit unsure.
So it seemed to me that the like once it started getting darker and more people are arriving, it's under darkness that it's easier to kind of like manipulate the situation. So there's chants breaking out everywhere, like that. It sounds like they're coming from all over the place and they're all kind of different. And it's as if lots of people are trying to get a chant going, but they're not able to get what to actually succeed at that point. And then it takes like Haiku's return, which we'll see in a bit, with a megaphone that then kind of there are him and the women that have now endorsed him, that I assume are kind of anti-lockdown, kind of endorsing or affiliated. And then on the other side, you've got Sisters Uncut, who also at the same time said, "Come down at 6 p.m. for this protest." So you've got Sisters Uncut at one end of the bandstand and Khoo and his entourage at the other, getting two differing moods of the crowd. You've got the kind of participatory Sisters Uncut, which is happening now, where they don't have a megaphone, so one person says a line, the crowd nearest and who can hear repeats that line, so everybody further back can hear. But you'll see later on, once Heiko gets involved, it's difficult for Sisters Uncut to carry on that kind of participatory women's circle kind of event.
Okay, cool. So where can we move? What time do I need to move it forward when Heiko comes back?
Probably about 5 minutes from now, maybe. Yeah, just keep doing it like that, and I'll tell you to stop. So about here. So if you pause it, this is the first time the police enter the bandstand after Haiku's been removed. And it's these police liaison officers just in the blue bibs, two of them. You see Street Mike be in the background with a camera right behind the policeman's head now. You can't see him on camera now, but that's Street Mike in the background. And this woman on the left was also seen with Subject Access a few weeks later, anti-lockdown protest. And she is, I refer to her and the person that she's with as like a type of mafia, and I mean that in the sense that she's there making sure that the police don't engage with anyone from Sisters Uncut, because they might have a fucking rational conversation, realize that this probably isn't good for like pandemic and like passing on the virus. And for just to let you know, it can be passed on from open air events. I was at Glastonbury for five days, and I caught COVID after, like, I had it once I got back. So I was outside.
But that doesn't mean you got it from the air. It could be in a number of things. It could have been touching somebody, and I mean, you know, all types of things. Maybe a can of Coke that you bought, the server, you know, touched it. But I just want to make one point, and so I've been out on a night out with Subject Access Request. He's the tall, skinny chap, right?
Yes.
So. See, I'm going to be honest. He seemed like a very nice guy. It was an event or a get together that Steve organised. So that's I need to say. And also there was another British South Indian chap. I can't remember his channel. He's got a fairly big channel, but he's a musician as well.
Suraj.
It could be
actual interview. Yeah, I used some of his footage in here. By the way. The guy on the left with the blue
sorry, before you carry on, but my point was I didn't see any handlers when I was out having a few beers.
Of course, because I've never seen Subject Access with a handler. He's. But
like, these guys. My point is that these guys are broadcasters, right? These guys make their footage, and you know, so they're expected to be at events. So I just feel it's slightly unfair for us to kind of just by default put them in the box that they are part of the agitation team, if that is indeed what we're saying about Heiko at this time.
Well, Sam, for instance, the first time he's basically only done anti-lockdown protests and football protests. The first time I ever saw him was one of the first anti-lockdown or anti kind of COVID conspiracy things with Piers Corbyn at don't press play yet, because there's a guy that I want to point out, but there's I've got footage of him which I haven't made public yet because I went there myself. They were at Camden, just outside the tube station, basically doing what they do, like this kind of outreach kind of thing. And there's Willsey, there's Subject Access, there's Macy, there's Piers Corbyn, there's loads of other people there, and it's way before they all started like making actual content. So it's like, what are they doing there if they're not even like, they've got cameras in their hands and they're filming, but they're not like putting it out on YouTube or anything at the time. And if you check back, like I'll have to go through my actual footage on my phone to get the date of it. But if you go back to like the beginning, if you go back to the beginning of Subject Access's channel, he doesn't start publishing his footage until around the time of William Coleshill getting arrested at Speaker's Corner for making a speech.
Okay, we're gonna let your arch enemy Base Welshman on, but Base Welshman, this
can we let him on? Can we let him on later afterwards? Because he's
we'll just let him on for 2 minutes and then we're going to remove him. Just 2 minutes.
Can I just before you do? Can I just make? I
understand, Lister, because this part of the show is basically dedicated to your explanation. But let's just give him 2 minutes, and then we'll ask him to leave politely. All right, mate.
Hi, good evening, all. How are you doing, Manny? Mark, how are you, Mark?
Why do you keep calling me Mark, Hugh?
Well, it's not really a secret. It is your handle on your Twitter page, so you know I'm not trying to do anything.
But you know I prefer Lister. So why do you like to call me Mark Hugh Thorne?
Well, see, there we go. See, that's the difference. I haven't got my name on my handle like you have. So there you go. That's
Yeah,
the
but,
sort of
like-
that's the sort of person. I try to be decent. I try, just call you by your first name. Try to be decent, considering it is your handle on your fucking Twitter page. It's not like a secret. I
my
called you.
handle's Lister.
It says Mark on it. The at.
It says Lister right here. Well, the at does, yeah, but like I made that like 10 years ago.
Okay. Base Welshman,
I know.
have you come to contribute to the show?
Well,
Have you come to ask?
I definitely was. He just got triggered straight away. But well, we're talking about the old Sarah Everard conspiracy. The conspiracy.
Yeah. So basically, we want Lister to explain his view on this part of the show. The panel will be opened up a bit later if you want to come on a bit later. But basically, we're trying to understand what Lister's view is. So Lister created this video saying that Heiko and some other Speakers Corner regulars,
including me, by the way, I'm included. I directed the event from Wales, Manny.
Oh, did you?
He says this in his 2 hour 16-minute premiere.
Is that
I
right?
don't say that you
Did you think
direct.
Base Welshman was involved?
I don't make the claim that. Are you going to shut up so I can speak, or like do I have to wait until you leave? So I don't make the claim that Based Welshman directed the event. I use my air quotation marks there. I say that he made a suggestion to actual interview to go in a different area to get other kind of footage, in the same way that when Piers Corbyn is talking to actual interview, this is earlier in the video, he asks, have you done any interviews yet? An actual interview says, no, I don't think it's appropriate, which is the correct answer. And then just because he's had that suggestion in his head, once Piers Corbyn moves away, he then goes to try and get some interviews and embarrasses himself when all the people who he asks say, fuck off. So that I'm basically using it as a way to show how it's kind of kind of orchestrated, with people kind of pulling strings in various minor ways, and also semi-emergent as people do actions. And because we're humans, we're acting on a kind of monkey see, monkey do kind of attitude. Other people who aren't anti-lockdown protests, who aren't there kind of in an organized way, also get involved because they just want to go with the flow of the crowd.
So you mentioned my name. You put me into the frame of one of your crazy conspiracy theories, because I said on the chat to Sir Rog that maybe it'd be a good idea to go from the bandstand, because currently there's 3 live streamers on the bandstand, and you maybe want to get a better angle because you've only got a mobile and you haven't got a decent camera, and you can maybe get a different shot. And he put this in his premiere, his 2 hour 16-minute premiere, right? But for what reason, I don't know.
Okay, so
I know it's going to take a long time.
Let me add to it. The guy on the screen, on just to the right of the policeman in blue, and to the in between the 2 policemen in blue, that is Jim, your friend Jim Boober, with a mask on and glasses. Is that correct, Based Welshman?
I got my mobile phone there. I can't. Let me look. I can see the person you're on about.
It's not.
No, I couldn't. I couldn't say that's Jim, mate. With any. Honestly, I'll be straight.
He will pop up again at various points if people want to keep an eye out for him. But I've had numerous chats with him where he says himself that Ralph has been in his chat and he has probably tried to pull his strings in various ways because he recognizes that he's the type of person that is easily manipulated. He doesn't say it in those exact words, but I'm kind of paraphrasing him there. But he has told me that on camera.
Yeah, but if you think, he's a grown man and he's a very intelligent boy. He's autistic, but he's a very intelligent man. And I'm going to say, if he's come up to you and said that he felt that, then he's picked it up anyway. So I don't understand your point anyway.
Because he's doing it and not caring. He's
Jim
liking
is
the attention.
Jim's doing what Jim's doing.
He also says that he kind of does it because he's lonely, and this is the point. The NRX picks people who are lonely, who are easily manipulated and need a bit of attention, and then they use them for their own personal gain.
He's been in a long-term relationship for over a year now with a child, and he sees his own child on a regular. So once again, you're wrong.
Okay, gentlemen. So
they're his own words on camera.
Okay,
over a year ago.
Gentlemen, we need to progress with this video, and at this part of the show, it is Lister's show essentially.
All right.
He needs to explain, but if you want to come back a bit later,
once no problem.
Finished, that'll be really good.
For the people in the chat asking what the NRX is, I've got a video on my channel saying "Fascists beware of the NRX." You can, it lasts about 30-40 minutes. It's a really good video that kind of explains exactly what it is.
Sure. All right. So, is that the real clown world? No. All right. Oh God. Let's see how that's going to go. So we're back here.
And the woman, acting like the mafia holding them back, is now flanked by COVID conspiracy theorist Fiona Hine in the white jacket.
No, I didn't say that. I said I wouldn't need to be here if you encourage people to go home. And I'm just as ashamed as anybody that that's a police officer. However, this is no longer a vigil. It's an unlawful gathering.
So Fiona Hine, for anyone unaware, is one of the another organizer of anti-lockdown events.
So obviously the crowd has turned massively. Now, is your point that the actions of people like Heiko and others have done this, and the people that were chanting, or are you saying that the people that are doing this aggression are perhaps nefarious individuals as part of this some kind of plan? What's your point?
This is the video just on screen now is the woman who's acting like the mafia, also based Welshman's there. This woman here on the right at the bottom right hand corner, that was her with base Welshman and subject access. So there is some sort of organized attempt to accelerate this vigil into an anti-police protest, and I imagine it was done in a way to control the narrative, the future narrative, to take eyes away from the fact that a policeman killed Sarah Everard, to left-wing agitators infiltrated a vigil and tried to politicize it for their own means in the way that Steve tried to like describe it on like LBC and to the journalists that we'll hear later on.
Got ya. Okay.
Patsy eventually jumps down into position, and while women begin to stream into the bandstand, Patsy seems to have a strategy meeting with the mafia.
Manny, it looks like the video's gone down.
Oh, has it? 1 minute.
Yeah, the video is private.
Let me just. That should be okay now.
Why would that happen?
No, I'm trying to change the settings in the background.
Oh, right, okay. I'm just reading the chat.
Underneath all the chaos, Heiko has snuck back into where he was once evicted, this time wielding a megaphone. You can hear him start chanting in the background. It becomes obvious that the mafia's only goal is to prevent the police reaching those inciting the crowds. I apologize for this broken footage, but it is essential for context.
Dr. Heiko Khoo. It's time to match your support. Crowd now siding with Dr. Khoo.
So if you can see the crowd, they're all kind of like really into the fact that Haiku's returned with all these women.
Yeah.
And it is this, like, if it was, and with everybody with the like phones on, you'll see someone with like just on the right there, do you see that circular light, the colorful circular light in the center, but behind the killed by the system? I have one of those lights, and that's for like lighting up your face when you're on camera doing like a live stream. I'm sure you've probably got one like in your studio. Like, why would people take these things to a vigil?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is I get your point, and that is quite a big one. So I see your point, but then again,
it's difficult to tell whether there's 20 people trying to organize this or whether there's over 100 or potentially more. Like it's the mood has changed so much from Haiku, get the fuck out of here, not your place, to all of a sudden he's surrounded by women and there's women in front of him all endorsing him with the like chants like in support of him. That there must be some sort of organization behind this. It doesn't make sense that there wouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be very motivated. I'll agree with you on that. That Haiku seemed very motivated, and even if he has been mistreated by the police and he wants to make an issue of things like the coronavirus and what have you, this is super level motivation that seems to be misplaced, especially because this is a grieving process for the local community. I mean, I've lived in Clapham many years ago. One of the first few years when I started working in central London, and it's not, these would have been, I would have thought, local people, or certainly from southwest London. So it is bizarre how motivated he is, not once but twice. But let's listen to what's been said. So she seems to be screaming at the audience, saying, "This is for Sarah." So am I right to assume that perhaps the crowd are feeling a little bit distasteful about these people who are speaking on the bandstand?
So I've spoken to a few people who were there, and they told me that as soon as the mood changed, or they sensed the mood changing, and as soon as they sensed that, they moved away, and that obviously allows space for other people who might be in on it, or might kind of go with the flow with the crowd to kind of join in. And I imagine because it's just as Haiku's returned, there might be this kind of two-way chanting. Some people might be trying to be like, "That's Haiku again, get off the stage," while others are trying to endorse him. But obviously with all the cameras being on the bandstand at the time, it's difficult to kind of get that kind of feeling kind of evidenced as proof.
Sure. Okay.
Streaming right now. We've got loads of feeds going through, so you might have a bit of hassle. A lot of people though in the crowd have put away their phones again. So hopefully should be a little bit easier on us.
But you do also hear Haiku call Patsy by name, and if this was me, if I was there, I wouldn't be getting everyone's names, and I'd certainly probably not remember Haiku's name if he told me. It's like, well, that's a weird name. I'd probably forget that instantly, especially in the heat of the moment of something like this. So it seems to me that Haiku has met Patsy before this.
Yeah, so that chant going there, "Who Street, I Street," is originally started with the Tommy Robinson fan group, and then I noticed during the lockdown, even the lefties were chanting that. But it's not really the type of chant that people attending of an event of this should be and would be or willing to chant. So I'm a bit confused with that, because that's a very much a harsh political motivated chant. Would you agree with that?
I mean, for me, if I knew that something like this was potentially going to happen before it actually did, but because I'm a bloke, I didn't go, because I didn't want to add, this should have been a women's only event, and if blokes were there, they should be there with their supporting their girlfriend or their friend or family member or whatever. Single blokes like Steve and his mate fucking Andy should not be going to an event like this.
So, but where does Steve and Andy feature in this? Are they in the video?
So you will see Steve appear shortly right in front of Haiku.
What in this?
So at the bottom, maybe not right now, but at some point, he will be underneath Heiko at the bandstand, so the other side of the flowers. I'm not sure what time that he does appear.
So Steve being at the vigil in itself is not evidence of anything. I mean, yeah, I agree with you.
But okay. But at some point, Heiko will remove himself from the bandstand because he says, "I've been arrested 5 times. I don't want to get arrested again." And his place is he's replaced by some other women who climb up to the bandstand, trampling the flowers in the process. You hear the noise of them, the flowers being ruffled, and then Heiko stands next to Steve. And he holds his megaphone for him while Steve shouts through the megaphone saying, come to this protest on the 21st of March or whatever the date was. There's a protest happening in Hyde Park. And that's when there's an anti-lockdown protest where they bait the police again into this, they call it the Battle of Hyde Park.
So you just mentioned
this is it coming up. This is it coming up.
Okay, let's just rewind it a little bit.
In position of control over everybody's movements. Fuck that. You haven't socially distanced from day one. Coppers, what are you talking about?
Steve maneuvers himself into a front row position.
Fuck the pandemic! But is he ashamed of what he's doing now?
And he stood right next to Patsy Stevenson's university friend.
The public health emergencies that you want to walking down the street here. And it's not safe for women to walk down the street. That's the public health emergency we're here to protest. No justice! No justice! No justice! No justice! No justice!
So Steve saying F the pandemic isn't evidence of anything either. I mean, what was your point with that, Lister? It's still not evidence to me that Steve is either part of the Heiko situation. I mean, admittedly, from what Heiko is doing, he's derailing a peaceful event. There's no
like I say.
Mm-hmm.
In about 5 or 10 minutes time.
Yeah. So I think your internet's going a bit funny, Lister. But I was just saying. Oh, sorry. I think you're back. Carry on speaking.
Let me change internet. I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
Okay. So I mean, so I'm speaking to the audience now. So fair enough. The way Heiko has been seen to be behaving during this vigil, I agree with Lister that it is very odd, uncalled for. If it's a silent, peaceful event, then Base Welshman, come back a bit later, dude. Come on, man. Let me get through the footage. Stop teasing me. Come back. We're nearly finished. Come back in a few minutes, dude. You know I'm not going to say no to you, but do me a favor, please. Come back in a few minutes. So anyway, I agree with Lister that the way Heiko has acted here is very odd. It's not the time or place referring to the reasons of this gathering. Now, with the broadcasters like Resistance GB and the others, I'm not sure, because these guys are broadcasters. These guys are independent journalists. They want to promote their social media platforms and their following. So, of course, they're going to be there with their cameras. And we've seen already that people like Wilsey and Resistance GB do indeed get on, and they do various things together. So we can say that, you know, they're pretty much friends, and, you know, they will attend various things. So apart from Haiku so far, I haven't seen anything weird. I mean, having said that, I also do agree with Lister. I do not think that it was really the right place for any chaps to go, considering what the issue was and how the media was reporting on it and projecting from it. Why would you go? It is very, very odd. And Steve did shout, "Fuck the lockdown," basically. So would you shout that at a silent vigil? Having said that, did he say that in response to what was being shouted at the time? So anyway, let's get Lister back in. Lister, is that you?
Yes, hello.
Okay, so I was just to summarize to what I said, I agree with you. What Heiko has done is bad, is disrespectful, but I can't see much evidence of anybody else doing anything too wrong. But of course, like I just said, if anybody shouts out something about lockdown or coronavirus when indeed it is a silent vigil, then that is out of place, but doesn't necessarily mean it's anything sinister. But yeah, I agree with you. Haiku acting the way he is very odd. But we're yet to see, as far as I'm concerned, and maybe we'll see it in a second, we're yet to see anything else which, you know, we can make a claim that another person was involved. Would you think that's a fair synopsis?
We saw today that Piers Corbyn, Heiko, Ramis all turned up to the Notting Hill Carnival and started handing out anti-vaccine flyers there. They will infiltrate, they will use any large gathering that is happening that they can to go and infiltrate and spread their message. And
what's wrong with that?
Well, Notting Hill Carnival, fair enough. Like go at it. That's not like that's not a vigil. But like, if someone did this to like my funeral or anybody's funeral, like everyone would be fucking incensed. It's like, this isn't the time or place to start spreading your anti-lockdown propaganda. And this is one of those times. People were grieving. There's plenty of people on camera, women, telling the people filming that this is not your place. Stop filming us. We're grieving. No, we don't want to give you an interview. We're grieving. Go away. Like that happens over and over and over again in the video. And here they are in a big group. So let's listen to this. Skip back a second. You'll hear Haiku use Patsy's name. I think you probably got to turn it up really loud to hear it. Maybe it's my internet connection still, but he definitely like says the word Patsy at that point. But yeah, this isn't a shot at all anti-lockdown protesters. This is a shot at those people who have turned up en masse to turn this vigil into a political kind of like event, when even Sarah Everard's family members and friends said on the day, please do not turn up to this event and turn it into a political and use it for your political ends. They used words to that effect, and people have done that en masse. And I don't care whether they're on the left or the right, I'm calling them out.
Well, look, Haiku obviously projected very negative, and if people are shouting things that have got nothing to do with Sarah Everard's silent vigil, then obviously that is adding to the negativity situation. Whether we can all say that they all combined together as a group to destroy the peacefulness of it is obviously not as clear as perhaps your video attempted to illustrate. But with Heiko, yeah, I mean, how Heiko acted or seems to be acting is very bizarre. How I can't see how anybody would be motivated to this extent, especially to a silent vigil. It is a little bit disturbing. So is this when people are getting arrested now?
No, so that'll come at in about 10 minutes from now. But so Haiku's jumped down. This is where they swap positions. So go back a second. Steve's speaking on the mic now. Go back like 20 seconds. Yeah, play it from here.
That's why you can.
So this is Steve over here.
Yep. And Heiko,
what is he saying?
Play it again. You'll hear him talk about the politicized Nazi scum or something. Haiku's holding the megaphone right in the air for him. And Steve has denied this numerous times.
Sorry?
Steve has denied this footage when I've questioned him about it numerous times. He claims that this never happened, that he never did this with Heiko holding his megaphone for him. But okay. if you go back a few more seconds, also look out for if you try and remove this
yes.
You get a better view. Yeah, go.
That's why you can.
So he's talking about the protest on the 20th of March, that everyone must attend this protest. And Haiku's holding the megaphone for him. And I'll show footage of that protest later on, where again, they have this big war with the police where they're just peppering this line of police with bottles on Hyde Park.
Wow, okay.
So Coleshill's going to move down from the bandstand now. He's going to stand next to or near Steve, and at about 1 minute 14, you'll hear Steve talk about how it's all Antifa or Extinction
Rebellion. 1 minute 14.
Yeah, like go to one minute, go to about 1 minute 12 and watch it from there. Yeah, from about here. So pause it here. So this is William Coleshill's footage, and Sam English from Subject Access, he live streamed this as well, and he made his footage private for a long time, like straight away. So I wasn't actually able to get a recording of his footage, but he did make it unprivatize it at some point. And Patsy Stevenson here, like I've got a clip of this on my Twitter page. She says, if we don't move, they will arrest us. If we don't move, they will arrest us. So she's trying to claim that it's like police violence and that they were out of order and they were in the wrong. But she was there with. She also says that she says something else as well. I can't really remember now, but I'd have to check again. But she is there with the intent of getting arrested for political gain, like for whatever reason she's doing that for. It is just speculation, but it seems like to me like she wants to use the photo opportunity to get herself on TV and to control the narrative away from the fact that, I mean, I don't know, but she is not a good advocate for women's rights or feminism. And there's plenty of women who agree with me on that fact.
They push most people out.
Please share this as widely as you can, thank you. More footage from the GoPro, higher quality, will be out in the next few days.
So listen carefully right now for Steve's voice on the right-hand side.
How many more the crowd is chanting?
That's him right there. Again, I couldn't really hear it that well, but if you listen to my version, you can hear him say, blame it on like I think he says Antifa and Extinction Rebellion are like at fault for this. When, I mean, I've seen all the footage. I don't see anyone with an Extinction Rebellion sign on. I see one person with an Antifa an anti-fascist logo on their hoodie, but again, he's hanging around with the anti-lockdown protesters, and it's very easy to pretend that you're a member of Antifa when in fact that you're not. And I was actually at work when this was going on, like watching bits of it in between like deliveries. And it was Tommy Robinson's Telegram where he focused on this man in the Antifa hoodie while they're having this standoff with the police, where it gets like a bit kind of like violent. And he uses that to blame Antifa for all this chaos. And as soon as that happened, I thought, fuck, this is going to hit the news. I need to get home quickly, watch the whole thing and find out what actually happened, because Tommy Robinson is a fucking liar. And then I worked out that, yes, it wasn't Antifa at all. It was these, like, it was the majority of it, of the chaos was caused by anti-lockdown and COVID conspiracy like activists.
So would you say, are you trying to say that Tommy Robinson lies about everything?
He's a con man. He might not lie about everything, but he lies often enough that whatever he says needs to be thoroughly investigated to the point where
that's with everyone. That's with everyone.
Of course, with everyone, but some people get like a reputation for not lying, like, and that's just a fact. Whereas Tommy Robinson has got a reputation for lying. So,
well, I mean, certainly that is one of the things that the left attack him on, but that's not necessarily the view of everybody. But fair enough. That's your view. So what else do we need to see in this video that is most gripping than what we've seen so far? Who else would you say that this video implicates in helping or assisting in turning this peaceful event into something far more nasty, shall we say?
So other interesting bits would be the little review of what Patsy's been up to after her arrest. So that comes up in a few minutes. And then following on from that, I mean, we'll do this bit first, but then Steve comes up again, and I know you want to like discredit Steve. So,
I don't want to discredit Steve just for the sake of discrediting Steve. I mean, I know everybody in the chat. Everybody in the chat seems to think that that's what my motive is in here. I'll be honest. I was so much when Wendy and Jupiter reviewed this, I was taken by surprise. Like, what the hell is this? Because this, I was like, well, this is some crazy stuff. Because I could see elements of the video which I would agree with, what you're saying. Hence why I've got you on here. But it just, if this is true, it's what you, Wendy, and Jupiter are saying. If this is true, I mean, this is really, really important. It's irrelevant if it's Heiko, Steve, or somebody else. The point is, it's far more important that people understand how this type of thing works and how potentially the establishment can take over any type of event and rebel arouse
and that is the main point. The fact that everybody who's platformed Patsy Stevenson has not asked her questions on like what she was actually doing at the time, like showing her the footage and saying, you claim this, but the video evidence suggests this. Tell us about that. Like, no one's done that. The way that they've just the establishment has ignored the Heiko and Piers Corbyn and all these other like nefarious characters that are out there, and in fact ignored me when I tried to tell them about it. It's just in a way baffling, but in another way really eye-opening. Like, just go back and put like this bit is really interesting. If you go back to the bit where like it cuts away from the protest and starts talking about Patsy, but yeah, it's really eye-opening in the way that if the establishment media have manipulated the narrative over this vigil to this extent, what else are they manipulating us over? And
so what did you want to show here before I let Baze Welshman on? He's in the back chat.
Just this whole Patsy Stevenson bit.
Stevenson was the person to be in the right place at the right time for the photo opportunity that shot her to instant fame and numerous TV appearances, one of which she made this admission.
Then we went onto the bandstand and we were trying to make sure, video things and make sure no manhandling or anything was done. But then...
So I'd love to see her footage of the event, but I suspect we're all watching it already. She was asked on an Instagram Live what she thought about the lockdown regulations and gave an interesting non-answer.
What do you think of the COVID restrictions? I don't have a lot of views that I can talk about that, because otherwise people take it and go, oh, Patsy said this about COVID restrictions, so we're going to protest this or do this and something. So I have to be careful about that.
Now, don't get me wrong, I absolutely do not condone these arrests, but people should have been on hand to prevent outbursts such as Heiko's early on. If you don't allow for some organisation, chaos will be inevitable.
So if you put just like that, that's it there. But the other interesting thing is a bit of a fight coming up between the police and the activists, because there's more familiar faces that appear. So that comes up. Like keep going. I'll tell you when to stop. And there's another thing where Steve is kind of like directing people to like stand in to like lay down in front of police vans, and like he's really getting in there in like
Who? Steve?
Yeah, Steve.
No, Steve wouldn't do that.
No, he is, honestly. Like it's more blatant than like what I've already shown you.
I'll have to see it. I mean, Steve is a lot of things, but he's not the type of thing he'd do that.
Well, that's the thing. Like, he's always fucking grassing people up at Speaker's Corner to the police, and then all of a sudden, he's like, he's like trying to like antagonize people into like attacking the police. So yeah, go back. That's the Antifa guy there.
There was definitely Antifa there. I remember watching the event. There was definitely Antifa there. He can't just admit that there was some Antifa there, can he? He just cannot admit it.
No, I agree. There will have been some anti-fascists there.
And those people you're talking about, the one with the hoodie on, were Antifa. I remember watching the lives. I've seen it.
He was not.
He
because
was.
Look, pause it. Go back like 1-2 seconds. Go back 1 or 2 seconds. That guy there. Play 1 second forward. And then pause it right now. Pause it. Oh, you missed it again. No, go back.
Let me let Jupiter on.
So tell us what you're trying to show us.
See this guy on the right-hand side, this black guy with his kind of hood half up. He turns up later and introduces himself to Sam English, saying, "I'm a big fan. I saw you live streaming earlier, so I thought I'd come down here." This guy to the left of him is one of the people who was stalking me in my area after I made this video. He is one of the front... Base Welshman, shut the fuck up while I speak. This guy is one of the front men of Stand Up X. He is fully involved with trying to like accelerate the crowd into fighting the police here. Carry on then, Based. You can speak.
Okay. Do you believe that all these people are working together in conjunction for a bigger cause?
Not all of them.
Okay,
so repeat myself.
Oh, look, let's just break it down into nuts and bolts. So you think the streamers, Heiko and Steve, we're all connected and we're all aiming for a different goal?
Yeah,
their own goal.
The same goal.
You're a fucking idiot. You're such a fucking idiot. Unbelievable. Honestly, Chris. Honestly, listen. You just make yourself so important. You actually think people stalk you and stuff. No one gives a fuck about you.
Hold on.
No,
Manny has just agreed. Has just told me.
Manny can agree.
Basically,
Manny can be wrong too.
Stop interrupting me. Manny has just told me that Steve invited him to a drink where that Sam English was also there. So you're telling me that the cameraman and Steve aren't working together, but they fucking go on drinks together?
I have had drinks with Steve. I've also had drinks with Sam. Does that mean I've actually slept with Sam in the same room, separate beds?
That will be why you're fucking cucking for them then and covering for them then.
No. But your link, you're not the same bed. I said the same room. The link you're giving is that they drink. They drink in the same pubs, together. Honestly,
no, they don't drink together in the same pub.
Let's get the view of Jupiter in, because Jupiter has, I believe, a different view.
Idiot.
Jupiter, what's your opinion on this?
Well, first of all, I want to say big up Based. I know Based wasn't there, and I think that you were slandered by Lister actually in that video. You did slander.
Clearly was
right. So, and also the video that you put out of him running up on you, the little excerpt of that wasn't necessary because we've seen the full context of that, and that was out of order as well, Lister. But I have to agree with.
What are you talking about? They tried to steal my fucking phone. You're telling me that what I put out of order.
Calm down,
there was 3 fucking views.
We
see
the full footage. You're a fucking liar. We've seen the
full footage. Confirms what I said. Base Welshman literally chased me. Whether he was fucking running or not is irrelevant. But he fucking chased after me.
Calm down, Mark.
Also, Based is correct that there was Antifa there, and there was also Palestinian flag. Now,
I'm not denying that, but the guy who has a Palestinian flag is also at the anti-lockdown protest.
Can you let me finish? Everybody allows you, but you don't allow anyone else.
I'm not
Now,
denying
Manny,
anything that you're
Manny,
saying.
you made
You're
a
telling me that
statement.
I'm
You
not
made a
saying these things.
statement that this is what Wendy, Jupiter, and Lister believes. We don't believe the same as Lister on all of it. Okay. Number one, I don't know what Tommy Robinson's got to do with it. That don't need to be brought into
Stretch,
it.
massive.
Right?
His involvement
number
comes up
two-
in a
Okay,
second.
let Jupiter finish, Lister. Let Jupiter finish.
But that's answered in 1 second on the video.
Number two, what me and Wendy are saying is that yes, there was a definite organisation of a group of people that you wouldn't normally see working together, which is Heiko and Steve, going to this and taking over this event, which was a vigil and completely disrespectful to the woman that died. That is our point.
Yeah, I mean the one thing I will agree with Mark about is that copper cap, that ginger copper cap. Was it Pauline? What's her name? I forgot her name all of a sudden.
That's it, yeah.
You know the one. Yeah, I believe basically, you know, she was fucking, whether she was sent there or whether you know they realised and the mainstream media just flocked around. Oh, that was a fucking, you know, was them just rolling their narrative. It was them. It's like,
I also
you know,
want to point out that Sisters Uncut.
but that was obvious. Yeah,
Sisters Uncut are the left. They're not the right, Lister. I don't know why you're saying you're being.
I'm not saying that they're right. I'm not saying they're
there was
right.
a very big lefty influence on this takeover. There's no doubt about that. And that's what's surprising to me, because Steve is, even though he's sort of, we know he was quite liberal leaning. He used to make out that he completely supported Tommy Robinson. He used to make out that he completely was with the alt right, and now all of a sudden, or centre right, and now all of a sudden he's left leaning. It's weird. That's what we're saying.
Steve is not left leaning.
He is.
He is.
No, he's not. He's a capitalist. He fucking hates socialism.
Well, I look. You can still be a capitalist. I understand what you're saying. You can still be centred to left leaning, and he's very left leaning in some of his views.
Compared to you, he's left leaning. But compared to the vast majority of people, if you are a capitalist, you are right-leaning, if at least, and if you are a socialist, you are at least left-leaning.
Right. Okay. So, what would you class me as?
You are far right.
And why would you? I know. And what proof have you got that I'm far right? Now, remember, let's get a couple of things straight here. I've had social media now for 5 years politically as an activist, okay, and there's plenty of posts. Yeah, everything I post, right? And another thing, which is crazy, he always calls me Tommy Robinson's monkey boy or whatever. I had a look on my Twitter page, and I put Tommy Robinson in my Twitter page just to see the last time I tweeted him. It was 2020, I believe.
Yeah,
2000. Wait there. I'm not much of his fucking fanboy if I haven't tweeted about him. So I think it was 2019.
You go to all his protests.
No, I don't. I go to some of his protests, and I'll always go to some.
More than like 99% of the fucking population.
Okay. You do realise I run a YouTube channel with 10,000 followers, don't you? And I actually, my channel is live streaming. You do realise that?
Because all you do is fucking hang out with your girlfriend.
What? My dog?
Your little... Yeah.
He's a boy. Right?
All right, your boyfriend then.
He's a dog, isn't he? Right. So I filmed Cardiff Pride on Saturday. Does that make me part of the LGBT triple plus community?
No, because you probably
right.
You're not filming it to like promote it. You're filming it to kind of take the piss, just like fucking Jim does.
But am I filming it?
It's irrelevant what you're filming. I go to far right events to film it.
Well,
sometimes.
exactly.
That doesn't make me a supporter of the far right. I go there to criticize it. If you're there criticizing Pride,
but then you're
not there supporting.
But you class a classic Civnat Tommy as far right. Because that's what you class him as.
Because he goes to Speaker's Corner and reads out speeches from actual Nazis like Martin Sellner. Like, if you can't accept that is something someone on the far right would do,
you know Karl
then
Marx
I can't really
has
help
spoken
you.
there, don't you? You know Karl Marx has spoken there, don't you? Speaker's corner. Yeah. You do, brother?
So, what's that got to do with it?
Oh, right. Well, he was a good man.
Karl Marx go there and read a speech from fucking Hitler or
no,
something?
he read his own cancer that he produced.
Whereas
His
Tommy
own
Robinson went there, and Tommy Robinson went there and read out a speech written by an actual Nazi, someone who goes around.
Nazi.
Someone who
do you know the definition?
Do
you know the definition of a Nazi? Do you know the definition of a Nazi?
Is someone who puts spray paints swastikas on synagogues. Is that a definition of a Nazi? Because that's what Martin Sellner did. Is that a definition of a Nazi?
Nobody here supports Martin Sellner, so I don't know what
Tommy Robinson does. Tommy Robinson does.
No,
Tommy Robinson does.
He read a speech in favour of freedom of speech for everybody, even his enemies. If you're too sick to understand that, that's not our problem.
He understands that. He understands that, Jupiter. He's just being completely disingenuous, like he always does.
Not only that, he's been pictured with Martin Sellner.
Disingenuous is your middle name. Disingenuous is your middle name, listener. That's basically what you do.
You've been
Martin Sellner.
Does that mean that you agree with him and he's hiding the?
Well, exactly.
I'm not pictured with my arm around Ralph. If you're pictured with your arm around someone, it shows some sort of like endorsement, at least, especially when on top of that, you've read out his fucking speech promoting the great replacement conspiracy theory, which is a patriotic alternative talking point.
I think it's more than that. I think it's more than a patriotic alternative talking point, and it's more than a conspiracy theory.
In front of our eyes, Lister. It's just blind people like you that can't see.
Okay.
You just look for the child
means
race.
to take away something and replace it with something else. To add to a population is not replacement.
Oh, okay.
It's an addition. So it's just fundamentally wrong from the start. Anyway, Manny, can we go back to the video, please? Because there's some more characters that are.
But before we go back to the video, even you just admitted I wasn't there, and then it's 10 minutes I come off. You said I was there.
No, there was an extra clip of a protest a week or two afterward where you was there. Was you there on the?
And what does that? And what does that prove? What does that prove? I went to a protest. This is you. You just literally pick up things and you stretch them together in massive code, and you go, oh yeah, look at the connection. Look, mate, I'm one of the original live streamers, right?
The original live streamers.
If you at Hyde Park Speakers Corner.
Yeah, exactly. I've been going to Hyde Park since 2017. I've been live streaming since 2017. I mean, subject hadn't been resistant.
Like a bit agitated.
No, but you make it out. I go to protests. I go to a lot of protests.
No,
that's what I do.
The point is, Base Welsh.
So because you
let me respond.
No, because you got me at a protest
with the actual.
No, because you got me at a protest a couple of weeks previous. With other people that live stream proves fuck all. It just proves you're a fucking idiot because you see us together in a photo. You think that then we're in some sort of conjunction working together on some massive conspiracy. You're a fucking idiot. Well, what planet are you on? And how important you make yourself? You're not that fucking important for people to follow you like you always convince people are stalking you and shit.
Dude, I've got
what I mean?
Evidence of it.
You got your dead switch sorted out. You got your dead switch sorted out, Lister. Your dead switch. Tell us about your dead switch. Tell us about your dead switch. No. Tell us about your dead switch.
Let's try to get the conversation back on track. We've had a bit of a
accusation against Base Welshman is that he was hanging around with people the following week who I pointed out.
So what? They're my mates. I got their numbers. I speak to them on a regular. But that doesn't mean that we're working. No, it just means we know each other because we do the same sort of shit.
You never work with your mates. You never do any, like, you never help your mates out. You never, like, do favors for each other. Like, fucking hell.
What do you mean, help my mates out? What do you mean? Like give him a battery cable, give him a battery booster, watch his back. Yeah, I do all those things to certain people, yeah.
Suggest ideas of, like, how to, like, do.
Yeah, but what? I'm a live streamer. I think I'm qualified. I think I'm qualified to tell quickly to Sir Rod, because I'm viewing 3 live streams currently, and you're all within 20 foot of each other, all on the bandstand. Move off it, maybe.
I'm a live streamer, and when I go to the
no,
same
you're not.
events you
No,
go
you're
to,
not. No, you're not.
fucking
No, you're
set
not.
your goons on me.
You haven't put your feet on. You haven't put. You haven't.
Steal my phone. So you're either working with people or you're fucking
you're an idiot.
attacking them. Like, why don't you help me out?
You haven't put your feet on the ground for over 2 years. You haven't put your feet on the ground for over 2 years, Lister.
Manny, please kick this man off, because he will just
fuck you. You're literally talking shit, and I'm responding to your shit.
No, because I'm trying to make a point, but you continually talk over me.
Yeah, but you
literally non-stop.
The point is, when I go to a protest to film or to to report on it, I'm attacked by based Welshmen. When the people I'm pointing out in this video are at protest.
If you think me challenging you is attacking you, you've never been attacked. You've never been attacked. You've never been attacked.
Help them with his leads and things.
Why would I help you with anything? Right? Because I swear I've tried to understand you and tried to understand where you're coming from. But once again, you sound like you're getting angry.
Based Welshman, let's Lister respond, because we do need to get the core information.
Sounds like he's getting rassy.
Okay, so
I'm trying to raise my voice.
Okay, go ahead, Lister. Go ahead, please.
Needs to be heard. So the point is, if someone is at a protest who is doing something that base Welshman doesn't like, he will attack them. But if someone's doing things that he does like infiltrating vigils, then he will help them out.
Isn't that what the left do?
What?
Isn't that what the left do? They attack people that don't agree with them and support the people that do. Or
anyone on the left,
what most people do anyway.
If anyone on the left supports the nefarious actions of Heiko, Khoo, Piers Corbyn, I will call them out, and I have been doing on Twitter consistently for the past fucking year.
I don't think anybody on this panel. Can disagree with Lister's video that how Heiko acted at this silent vigil for this.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised by how he acted, though, Manny?
I am a little bit, yes.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'm not.
I'm not, because I noticed how he protected Isabella when she attacked me. But that's not the point. The point is this, okay? You can understand that I'm upset with you, Lister, because you tried to slander him because of your personal objection to him. You tried to fry him into something that was nothing to do with him. That's the first thing.
The thing at Nottingham?
No, you tried to say he was at this event in not so many words or involved in it.
Said that.
Yeah, directed it. You did it in this 2 hour 16-minute thing. You put a piece to me where you say literally, look in the chat. There's based Welshman directing Sir Rog to take different angles. He's directing.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, but it's literally
exactly what happened.
But how can the reason why you get no views on YouTube is you turn a premiere that could have been good if it was 20 minutes or 2 15-minute videos. You turn it into 2 hours 16 minutes, and you wonder why you get fuck all views because you put shit like that in that has nothing to do with anything. I'm 150 miles away, like in fucking Wales, and I've told a fellow friend. He's a friend, by the way, and he's Asian. Don't forget, I'm far right. Anyway, let's just get on to the subject. And I'm watching this live stream, the Asian chap, while I'm thinking more right, but I'm directing him somehow.
I was making sure with the length of the video, I was making sure that the record was preserved. So in case Wilsey or Sam wanted to delete the videos,
the record, it's not.
You just hold that.
It's not false information. If someone suggests,
well, it's false. It's false. It's false because it's false because you said I'm actually actively directing the live streamers, right, from the chat. Right?
That is literally what you did. Whether
Yeah,
it's
but-
consequential or not, it's for the watcher to decide. I only made the observation that you suggested that someone do something, and then
No,
they
you
did
said
it.
I'm directing live streamers.
Exactly,
That's what you said.
exactly.
I'm
If he's
directing
And
live
that is
streamers.
what
It doesn't mean
happened.
he's involved in it, does it?
But I
Because
don't make
there's
the
nothing to
point
be
that he's
involved in.
fucking
There's
involved
nothing.
in it. I
Yes,
say
it
what
is.
happened,
You're
and
literally
then
saying I'm
no,
directing live
you're
streamers
trying-
from
you're-
simple chat, not even super chat. I'm not even.
You're
It's
trying
not
to
even
read-
super chat.
The fact is, you're trying to read into it more than what I actually
No, you
said.
are. Yeah. Well, no.
Let
Look,
Mr. Guys, let Mr.
Come on, man.
You're so important that you're in this grand conspiracy, which I don't make that claim. So you're not that important, based Welshman.
So why
and
the
you're just
fuck am I in it then?
your-
Why? If you don't think I'm in it, why am I in it? That's why you get no views. That's why you get no views. That's why you get no fucking views. Because you turned something that could have been 40 minutes to part 1, part 2, and turned it into fucking 2 hours, 16 fucking minutes, and put all sorts of shit in it, and you just muddy it out for yourself. You should have kept it to that copper cap. You should have kept it to that copper cap because you were sucking the right tit there.
Okay. Can we move on?
Yeah, okay,
He was. The copper cap is in. It was definitely promoted and pushed by the media and all the shit that goes with that. 100%.
Okay, let's watch this, guys. Come on.
When I was watching this live, as soon as I saw Sam zoom into the guy wearing the Antifa hoodie, I knew instantly he was a stooge, and that I should certainly watch this event a lot more closely. And when I saw Tommy Robinson instantly report Antifa's responsibility for the events on Telegram, I sensed a huge hint of projection.
So
All
was
it took
it
to jump to the conclusion.
the guy who I call Haikuku's handler was also in that bit of archive
taking
there.
me weeks.
Sorry, this sir?
The guy who I call Haikuku's handler is also part of that argy-bargy with the police there.
Where's the proof that
and Dupes, please let me finish. And it's him, the guy from Stand Up X, and that guy, the black guy with the hood, the black guy with the hood half up. It's them three who start.
It's that black racist. That black racist.
No, it's
another
not.
black racist.
Dave Wilson, you've got to let Lister make his point, otherwise it becomes an argument. Come on, dude.
So it's those three. If you watch carefully, it's those three that start the violence with the police. It's no one who's wearing an Antifa hoodie or they've got their face covered as if they're in Antifa. And even these people who have got their faces covered as if they're in Antifa, I would suggest that they're not even Antifa. They're more anti-lockdown protesters.
They're plants.
Look at Haikuku. Look at Haikuku's handler pushing other people into the police. Look at the guy from Stand Up X folding his arms and then barging into the police. Where's Antifa? Anyone who looks like Antifa is not doing that.
I must admit, if whoever that chap is, who Lister is claiming to be Haikuku's handler, whoever that chap is, he clearly is trying to raise the tempo of the situation, because we've just seen him push other men into the police. And he's shouting in the background.
I personally think this was a kettle. This was like a real big, boiling point during the lockdown process. And I don't know whether they know each other. I don't really care whether they know each other. But people were just really pissed off. Full stop, wasn't it? But if we go back, we wind it back.
And
there's a lot of shit going on that period.
And people with attitudes like you decided to take advantage of that situation.
Who, me?
Hi.
People with attitudes like yours tried to take advantage of that sentiment and disallowed people who went there to grieve and pay their respects from doing so.
I do.
What about the Lister? Can I ask you, what about the girl with the red hair for that perfect photo shot?
The copper cap.
Yeah. So what was she then? Is she left, right? What was she?
Left.
So I don't know what she is.
I know she is.
She's a plant. She's a plant.
She appears on all the mainstream media and on Twitter as on the left, but I would suggest that it's likely that she is an infiltrator. And there's a clip at the end, right at the end.
She's a freedom protester.
Can I make my point? Right at the end of my footage, there is another woman in the crowd talking about somebody. She doesn't mention anyone by name, but she mentions someone who is trying to infiltrate something that cannot be infiltrated, and all this kind of like weird conspiracy talk. And it's very strange. I don't know what she's talking about, but it makes sense when you.
So you don't know what she's talking about, but you actually literally just basically said what she was talking about, but you don't know what she was talking about.
I don't know specifically who she was talking about, no. But it's very interesting that there was someone there on camera speaking to actual interview and Willsie's girlfriend on camera about the fact that they were trying to infiltrate something.
There's a lot of people in this conspiracy, isn't there? It's like dozens and dozens of people.
Why was there a Palestinian flag as well flying? Yeah, I mean, all a vigil for a murdered woman. It's unbelievable. Yeah, unbelievable.
So anyone can take a Palestinian flag.
Oh, the left, it wasn't. There was no one on the left there.
Wait there, Jupes.
Sisters and Cutter on the left, they were there. I'm not denying. Khoo is supposedly on the left.
Ladies, can you imagine? Can you imagine a George Cross being flown there? And imagine the shit that Lister would have been on that George. Wow, outrageous, so disrespectful. Look at this. It's the nation's flag they're flying in. Fucking outrageous. Fucking what the fuck? They must be part of For Britain. They must be part of For Britain. Even worse, the National Front. Short National Action. They're one of them anyway.
No, if there was a Trump flag, then maybe I might have done that.
Oh, the Trump flag! You'd have shit your pants. You'd have pissed yourself at the same time. But a little bit of wee would have come out. You'd have gone nuts if it was a Trump flag.
Manny, we may as well fast forward this until they start moving this guy and it starts getting a bit more heated again.
Trump flag.
It's very freedom protests find it hard to actually
about here.
Oh.
Oh no, keep going, but slowly. Yeah, no, about here. Play it now. So you'll see on the right-hand side the supposedly Antifa come down, followed by Haiku's handler, who continues to push them. And that's there's another anti-lockdown person there. That's Sean Finch with his hat on.
Big up, Sean. Big up, Sean.
But don't you think that it doesn't matter if it was for anti-lockdown or if it was for lockdown, it shouldn't have happened. Not at a vigil for a murdered woman.
Yeah, and that's the position that we're taking.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Everyone should have stayed quiet.
The police dealt with it like the police do, really poorly as ever, unbelievably poorly. I think the only way they could have dealt with this would have kept their distance, right? Not incited, or encouraged the crowd to get angry, and that way, then I think the night would have passed.
What about Heiko?
I agree, right? I suppose Heiko could have just stayed out of it, and I think he should have.
He was the first one. The police did stay back until Heiko got involved.
No. I watched all the live streams, mate. I was there. I watched it all. I watched it all, mate. The police behaved really poorly again, took really poor judgments again, really poor decisions, and it bit their ass as per usual. Optics-wise, dreadful, and it was dreadful for the police.
If it wasn't
look at them now.
If it wasn't for Heiko speaking the first time,
they were screaming anyway. The girls were all screaming anyway.
You've just made your point. Let me respond. If it wasn't for Heiko the first time, the police wouldn't have entered the bandstand. And if it wasn't,
they should have entered anyway.
And if it wasn't for Heiko the second time, then the police would not have entered the bandstand in such large numbers.
So
Heiko was the catalyst. Heiko was the
It's ridiculous.
catalyst.
This is ridiculous.
And for
what
you
he's
to
saying.
just like, I'm no fan of the
not-
fucking police.
Look,
but
I
they
know,
were stuck
but
between a
Heiko's
rock and
not
a
getting
hard
paid by
place.
anyone. Heiko's not getting paid by anyone. All these officers here are on 50 grand a year, and the fucking people with the red fucking lapels and the yellow lapels are on 150 grand, 200 grand a year, right? These
No, they're
cunts,
not. Don't be stupid.
What
They're
you
not on
you
that
don't
much.
reckon you don't reckon red commanders on 150 grand a year?
No, the police officers here are not on 50 grand.
50.
They're
Of course
probably.
they are. If you do 4 years service, if you do 4 years service as the Met, you're over 50 grand. Let's not talk
What,
shit now.
and all these people who are on 4 years service.
Met, all right? Okay,
They're not-
so wait
they're
there. Let's not argue about the plods. Let's argue about the inspectors, okay? They get paid 150 grand plus to fucking make these decisions. The idiots, like there must be a team of 6 yellow and red collars, and they took the decision to go in there in force. The most retarded decision they could ever make.
Yes,
okay. That's your opinion. They're coming up to a police van in a minute, and you're going to hear Steve again barking out orders to the crowd to like.
Is this what you said? You were telling he was telling people to lie down in front of the van.
Yeah, and various other things as well. It might be in like a couple of minutes. I'm not sure how far off the van they are.
As they reach the police van, one of the fake.
Yeah, this is it. Turn it up. So that was one of the mafia people that I was talking about in the top screens. Can you move the thing off the bottom?
The police are begun a chase. And he escapes. And the crowd is jubilant. He's got away.
So that woman with the flowers is another anti-lockdown protester.
And listen closely for the person with the recognizable voice inciting people to block the police from leaving. It's Steve from Speaker's Corner.
Sit down in the way. People sitting down.
Matthew on the right. That's Stand Up X guy.
When you look closely at all the people in this scene, it's all the familiar faces from the evening so far. Steve, the Mafia, Heiko's handler, and dozens more. It's beyond clear that they all seem to be working together with a single aim: provoke a reaction from the police in order to take advantage of all the chaos, and it looks like they pulled it off perfectly.
Okay, let's. 1 minute. I want to take a vote. Everybody on the panel, who we're voting for. Do we agree with Lister that was Steve's voice, or are we not sure that?
Well, yeah, that was 100% Steve's voice.
Yeah, that was Steve. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
there's most people are recognizable in this shot here. However, there's a certain few people who are acting in a way to kind of try and prevent the chaos. So you'll see a woman with glasses in this black and with white spots jacket.
Yeah,
And
but
she,
listen, I don't like
hold on, let me please finish, for fuck's sake. She is trying to like prevent everybody like being all chaotic, and later on you'll hear her in a conversation with someone when they're having a conversation about like the police being at fault, and she's like no, and she's one of the reasonable people who recognizes that there's one person who killed a police officer. There is one police officer who killed a woman. We can't just go on this bigoted kind of all police here are in the wrong just because of the actions of one person. In the same way that some rapists are fucking Christian.
Let Wendy and Jupiter respond to that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree that you can't just because one policeman killed Sarah, you can't go blaming all the police for one man's actions. But then I think the police should be tougher, to be honest. I think the police should have arrested all of them. Being at that vigil, that wasn't a vigil. It was a complete mess. Sorry,
Wendy.
I just say what I believe? I believe also that look, they overtook that vigil. I think that's the main point that you're saying, and I do believe that it was an organised event with a cliquey little group involving Steve and Heiko. I don't understand why he's got himself entrenched with the left like that, because this was mainly the left that done this disgusting shit, and what they did to the memory of Sarah Everard was an absolute disgrace and very un-British.
Can I just say that Hope Not Hate are also not left. They have been bought out by corporate influence. They smeared Jeremy Corbyn as anti-Semitic. Ruth Smith.
Well, he is. Wait a minute, Lester. He is.
Hold on. Ruth Smith is was mentioned in a WikiLeaks cable.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Ruth Smith
anti-Semitic.
Wendy,
only because they told you to fuck, Lister. Only because they told you to fuck off.
Who did?
That's Hope Not Hate.
The only time I've spoken to Hope Not Hate, or one person from Hope Not Hate, Nick Lolds, is when I saw him at Tommy Robinson's trial at the was it the High Court, the one that I reported on, where Tommy Robinson talks about spending all your donation money on gambling. But let me make the point that shit. What was I saying?
He didn't say all the donation. He said the 100,000 that went missing was spent on gambling, and we all know.
Yeah, 100,000.
As a working class person, we know that if you say in a court of law, I don't know, on gambling, who's going to trace it? No one. That's why.
There's no paper trail, is there?
But he also
it's a working class get out clause. Fucking.
He also told the court that he was taking money in big, massive loans from these like loan sharks, and he couldn't remember how.
It's called declaring yourself bankrupt, Lister, and it's called talking bullshit to get away with it. Have you ever
liar?
Well, obviously.
He's a liar.
Well, yeah, because he doesn't want to pay anyone hundreds of £1,000s in compensation. We all know that. I mean. No, because he's saying bullshit like that. He's lying. He's lying, right? He's lying. So he ain't gonna pay the fine. He ain't gonna pay the fine. I mean, obviously, it's gonna sound like shit.
So can I get back? As soon as I start criticizing Hope Not Hate, you're all fucking interrupting. So Hope Not Hate.
They told you to fuck off. They told you to fuck off.
Can I give you my opinion on Hope Not Hate? For fuck's sake.
Just you, basically, and people interrupting you. That's it.
Go ahead, Mister. Go ahead.
For fuck's sake. Hope Not Hate are run by a woman called Ruth Smith, who would prefer to smear Jeremy Corbyn as anti-Semitic rather than and then put in a fascist in charge that is Boris Johnson, who is clearly right wing.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
But can I continue, please?
How can Boris be right wing?
I'm trying to criticize Hope Not Hate.
Yeah, but you call him fascist. You call him fascist. When you start calling Boris fascist, it's just too funny. It's too funny.
Why are you so triggered?
Stop.
Because he's far from a fascist. Boris is not a fascist. That's why everyone laughs at you.
Okay, he just wants to take away.
Just call him conservative.
He wants to send.
Okay, I've muted you both. Listen, I know some of you disagree with Lister and vice versa. Let him make his point, and then you can come in, and then you can discuss the point. If you're talking over each other, it's not fair on the audience. We have to do this in a more structured way. Let Lister finish, and then you guys can come in. Go on, Lister.
So, Hope Not Hate are run by Ruth Smith. Ruth Smith was mentioned in a WikiLeaks drop of cables. A message got sent from one embassy to some sort of intelligence service, or vice versa, the other way around. And Ruth Smith, the director of Hope Not Hate, was described by these American intelligence agents as a source to strictly protect. Now, if you have an anti-fascist organization called Hope Not Hate being run by a pro-corporate intelligence asset of the American Secret Service or MI5 or fucking FBI or whatever she is, then she's not fucking left wing. She's part of the fucking establishment, and she's there to turn anti-fascism from a corporate takeover of government into anti-racism. So the anti-fascist cause gets watered down, so people just try and fight racism and not look at the root cause of racism, which comes from the people at the top, corporate influence and government and government politicians such as what's his name, Boris Johnson, in the way that he uses anti-Semitic tropes in his book. He uses anti-black stereotypes with his watermelon smiles. He uses the letterbox stereotypes when he's talking about Muslims. He's sending immigrants.
Okay, listen, just finish up because it's turning into a mono thing. Let Big Welshman respond to this because he's
okay, can I just finish up?
I'm busy. Carry on.
He's sending immigrants and refugees to Rwanda, and in Keir Starmer's...
Okay, I'll step in here. I'll step in here. That's another lie. That's another lie. How many people have been sent to Rwanda? How many people have been sent to Rwanda?
And Keir Starmer...
How many people have been sent? No, because he literally gives shit. He gives no. Well, he asked me to come in. I'm coming in. You just said that he's sending migrants to Rwanda. How many have been sent to Rwanda?
Keir Starmer.
How many have been sent to Rwanda? No. Lister, just say it and you can carry on your shit. Then
you can ask the question once I've finished my fucking sentence.
No. It wasn't a sentence. It was just lie after lie after lie after exaggeration after lie after exaggeration. How many people have been sent to Rwanda? How many people have been sent to Rwanda? How many people? Just answer it. You carry on bullshitting then. And you can curse out Keir Starmer. How many, because I know you want to curse out Keir Starmer, how many people have Boris deported to Rwanda?
Keir Starmer has removed more Jewish people.
Lister.
Keir Starmer has removed more Jewish people from the Labour Party than all the Labour leaders that preceded him combined. So if anyone is anti-Semitic, it is Keir Starmer and Boris Johnson. Thank you.
So that was it. So let me just jump in here. Then. So how many people have been deported to Rwanda?
As far as I'm aware, I don't know.
Okay, you made a statement then. That he's deporting migrants or he's deporting people to Rwanda. I'll tell you how many he's deported to Rwanda. 0. And do you know how many in the deal? Do you know how many in the deal to be deported to Rwanda? 300. So if we put it into context, we had 1,300 last Monday, 1,295. So last Monday, if you took them all away, it would only take a quarter of that. It would take a quarter, and then the deal in Rwanda is full. The deal's done. And by the way, we got to take 300 Rwandans back that have got medical problems. So another good way of blocking the NHS. Another good way of blocking the NHS. So the deal is like £150 million we give them. They agreed to take 300. Only, but at the moment, one hotel has agreed to take 150. So they wouldn't. They've taken 0 so far. So once again, you make these statements. You make these statements.
Hold on.
You make these statements, and you don't even know. Even you admitted you didn't even know that was correct. The statement you made.
No. Hold on. They would.
But you made a statement saying that they have deported them. They have.
By the way, 4 out of 10. 4 out of 10 of them that are coming in are Albanians who ain't even fucking refugees.
6 out of 10. Six out of 10. This one.
6 out of 10. There you go.
Okay, so their intention is to send refugees and immigrants to Rwanda. They would have sent more than 0 if it wasn't for a plane being
stopped.
Before it was.
Why do you need to lie? Why did you need to lie, Lister? Just say it as it should have been said. Was there attempting to deport people to Rwanda? And I would say, well, that would be a correct statement. But instead, You say they are currently deporting people to Rwanda like it's a fact, like dozens, maybe 50, maybe 100 have left. And in reality, 0.
Okay. So the intention and actually doing it is so different that I'm a liar. Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, because you said he's currently doing it. No, you didn't misspoke because when I asked you the question direct, you didn't know the answer to the question.
I didn't know the answer to how many because it could be 1, it could be 2, it could be 100. I don't know.
Well, it's none.
But there is
it's 0. It's 0. It's 0. Just to remind you, 0.
There is an intention to do it.
So once again, you're talking shit.
There is an intention to do it.
This is what you do.
If it wasn't for one plane being, at least one plane that I know of, being stopped by protesters,
yeah, it's me,
and then lawyers who got the decision to send this plane overturned in the last minute, then they would have sent more than 0.
Do you think that's a good thing that these things
Yeah. How would Lister deal with the migrant problem? How would you deal with what's going on at the channel?
Open doors.
No.
You think it's acceptable?
I'll tell you how I'd deal with it. I'd have a citizens' assembly on that issue where people like you and people like the far left and the people in the middle would all get to discuss it and come to a conclusion.
Far left. But what would you personally like to see happen?
It doesn't matter what I personally would like to think.
He wants open borders. When you answer the question,
all I care about.
You're a political person. When you answer the question, Lister, why would he evade it? Exactly. It's not a hard one.
No,
that's a basic question.
No, because what I am is a true Democrat, and I will.
So you don't have any opinions or beliefs.
Not on something that affects national matters. I think those decisions.
You're a useless fucking lefty, ain't you? You're a useless lefty.
No, because I'm not a fucking authoritarian nightmare like you guys.
No. You just don't like answering. You don't like answering questions.
Yeah. Having an opinion on something does not make you an authoritarian.
Yeah.
It just makes you a human being.
He's an idiot.
So having an opinion does not make you Adolf Hitler. You've gone a bit far with that one.
No, I'm not here. I'm not literally not here to give my opinion on.
You're not here for what?
Then
you're not here to give an opinion.
Don't bring up
You're on here because you give opinions. What are you on about?
You're strongly talking about Rwanda.
You bring it up, not us.
But you don't have an opinion on it. It don't make sense. Why did you bring up Rwanda in the first place?
If I was in a citizens' assembly where I'd been given the actual information of how many immigrants are coming in, how many
you've got an opinion anyway. You're just too afraid to use it because you're a cuck.
Are you going to listen to my answer?
You're a flat-out cuck.
You're
too much of a cuck to have an opinion. To have an honest opinion, you're too much of a cuck. That's the reality.
To my fellow countrymen and women.
Lister, that is the most political answer I've ever heard to the most simple question ever. It's like, it's not hard. It's just, I just want to know your opinion on something.
The thing is, we are not.
You don't have to give me a politician answer.
We are not given the correct information through the media to make an informed, opinion on the question that you're asking.
So what about the census?
So in a citizens' assembly, we would be given how much room there is in the country, how many immigrants or refugees are coming in, and where the balance is. Because
they have just released the census, right? You are aware of this. We are aware of how much the population's grown.
I obviously don't want to refuse everybody from coming to the country, but I obviously don't want the whole fucking world to come here. And I also don't want nefarious people to come here. And there needs to be some sort of balance to take in all those issues and come up with an actual credible answer. People who are just
what's happening?
People like based Welshmen will probably be like, shut the borders down, don't let anybody in at all. And that's that's not really a proper solution, is it? So there's literally no winning for whatever I say.
I think we can both agree. Yeah, but Lister, we understand. We understand.
What the fuck kind of question's that?
Yeah,
would
but
I let
what
in
I'm on
10,000?
about, what
Would I
I'm
let in
saying to you is,
50,000?
Lister, you're
What if
filibustering.
the 50,001
Lister, why are you,
is
why are
dying
you
of,
still
like,
talking?
is a child dying of
Lister,
cancer?
we
Why are you
understand
talking
what
over
you
me,
said
Dave?
because you've made your point. And you're just laboring
according
your
to you,
point.
I was still talking.
We
So
understand what you're
obviously I
saying.
hadn't
No,
made
you're
my
just
point
going
yet.
on. No, you're going on. We understand. I'm talking to you about what's going on at the channel. Do you think that is an ideal situation? Do you think it needs to be stopped, or should we let people keep coming over on boats? Have you got an opinion on that, or do you just want to go on and on and on?
During World War II, lots of people came over in boats, and that was seen as a good
Stupid
thing.
answer.
So I don't see why now
Not
it's seen as
relevant. That's
such a
got nothing
bad
to
thing.
fucking do with
Who
it.
was those people coming over in boats in World War II, Lister?
Yeah, who was coming over in boats, in dinghies? Who was coming over?
Where from? Where from?
From Europe.
Hang on, they were coming over in dinghies, were they?
I don't know particularly what.
Oh, were
boats
they
were
Jewish? Were they Jewish refugees? Most of them.
Do you understand
Many
how
of them were
dangerous
Jewish.
those waters would have been to cross?
Some of them would have been Romani Gypsy.
So?
Right, okay.
What do you mean, so?
So? Have you got a problem with gypsies?
Yeah. Why would I have a problem with gypsies?
Well, you seem to have a problem with a lot of people.
You asked me who was coming over, and I said Jewish people.
Well, but it's not a comparison. It's not a comparison to 16 boats coming over, right? Or carrying like 40, 60 people. 60% of them last month. 60% of them last month were from Albania, which is a NATO country. They fly to fucking Germany and then fucking go from Germany to buses to fucking Calais. It's a joke.
I don't understand
it's a
why
total
this has turned
joke.
into a debate about immigration. Can we get back to the?
Because
video,
you brought up immigration and you started bringing up Rwanda.
What's
when
Steve
you were
and
lying.
Haiku's relationship? What's Steve and Haiku's relationship? What's their connection?
They're working together.
They've been going to speak. No, wait there. Let's not lie. They've been going to Speaker's Corner, right, as different people, not together, for about 20 years. Well, no, because you think they're connected, so you got to say it like that. So yeah, I mean, Heiko, according to Lister, is far right, but everyone knows he's a Marxist and he's documented as a Marxist.
Well, Manny, can we fucking kick these off until the end of the video? Because
I'm blurring his thing. He's a Marxist, not far right.
I've never said Heiko is far right.
Okay,
yes, I've heard you say that.
No, but guys, let's get back to the video. We have more talking points.
I misspeak about
Let's do the videos up. Let's get back to the video.
I misspeak about the Rwanda thing, and I'm the biggest liar in the world. You tell me
Lister.
that I'm calling Heiko far right, which I absolutely don't
Let's
do.
get back to the video.
You're just,
You've called Sam. You've called Sam far right. You've called Sam far right. You
let's get back to the video.
You're a fucking idiot.
Okay. Base Welshman, Lister, let's get back to the video because I want Lister to point out. Actually, we have already heard what's supposed to be Steve's voice saying, "Lay down in front of the van."
Yeah.
So what is the
It's
next
the end
thing
now.
that
Anyway, I
we're
watched
looking
this.
out
It's an hard watch. It's an hard watch if you watch it on it. You know.
The next thing is probably the stand-up X guy. William Coleshill going up to the stand-up X guy and a guy called Nacho, and their opinion of what happened tonight. So that's probably like another 10, 15 minutes forward.
Ladies and gentlemen on the panel, I will say this, that one of the main things that I have spotted, whoever the chap is that Lister is calling Haiku's handler, his involvement in a lot of this is quite apparent to see. It's as blatant as the hairs on the back of my hand.
At the end of the day, Base Welshman, you say who cares, but me pointing out people like that would probably prevent a lot of you getting fucking arrested when you're protesting.
But you said but Lister, you say I'm part of the conspiracy. You say I'm
This is why you don't care. This is why you don't care. Because you are part of the conspiracy.
But wait there, I thought you said then. I thought you said it was to prevent me from getting arrested. So what is
that, guys? We can't just have
we can't
just have Lister versus base Welshman all the time. We've got other people on the panel, and I know you guys kind of are a conflict at each other, but come on, we need to have other people have their say. Jupiter and Wendy are the ones that actually brought this to my attention in the first place, and this is why this stream happened. If you guys just kind of go at each other all the time, we can't get other people in. So Dupes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know the way that this is trying to make out that he's some saviour for us and that he wants to stop us getting arrested, you know, because he knows full well that there's people that he talks to in the corner that actually went out on a limb and fucking got me arrested. Sorry for my swearing, but got me arrested under false pretences.
Who?
Zubaida Ahmed, you know her. You talked to her.
I've never spoken to her in
Telling
real
everybody
life.
that I was doing exactly what you're doing. She went to the police
No.
and said that I ran the far right, for fuck's sake.
No, I've never spoken to Zubaida in
What?
in a way that I'm not speaking to you now.
What have
Like,
you ever
on a
spoken to
live
Zubaida?
stream.
Have you ever been? Well,
I've never
okay.
spoke to her in face to face.
So
Never.
you've spoken to her on a live stream. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Like, I've
We
never
didn't ask.
spoken to her
We
either,
didn't
I don't-
say. She didn't say face to face. She just said you've been feeding her shit.
No, I've not been feeding her shit.
Yeah, you do. You sit on live streams and you agree with bollocks. You sat on black live
Yeah,
streams.
I've heard you.
No, I don't agree with the
You
way.
actually
I don't
told-
agree with the
you
way that
actually
she
told me in front of a load of black nationalists that I couldn't be proud to be white, but they could be proud to be black.
I mean,
And you didn't have a clue that they were all black
I never.
nationalists. That's how thick
Hold
you
on.
were.
I never told you that you could not be proud to be white. I
Yes, you
asked
did.
you. I asked you why you were proud to be white, and then I countered the like. I mean, this is going back a fucking long time, so I can't really remember. But what has this got to do with Zubaida?
Don't chat what you can't remember. You
Well,
also
what has
called
this got to do with
us far
Zubaida?
right. Ross is in the side chat. He said you also went round calling him far right.
Bosca is far right. He can't even tell anti-Semite when he sees one.
Your
Honest to
compass is
God.
broken, mate. Fucking hell.
Everyone is far right. You've got to understand that if you voted Brexit, he's one of them that's 17.4 million. He thinks you're all far fucking right. I want to control illegal immigration. I'm far right. You know, this is this fucking bollocks talk. It just continues with this guy.
Yeah, Lister, you've gone that far to the left. You think the centre is far right. You've gone a bit thinking it.
Can I just point one thing out? I mean, fair enough, we're having a go at Lister. Me and Lister have had some sparks fly when we've conversed, but at the end of the day, a lot of his investigation in this Sarah Everard Silent Vigil is pretty accurate, right? Not all of it, I would say, at least.
Well, okay. Let's break this down then, man, because I mean that's a statement and a half. So what's accurate and what's inaccurate, and without any interruption from anyone, really?
Yeah, great question. So I'm not saying that everything that he's saying in his argument is accurate. I would say, for a start, Heiko has gone in there, and there was no need for him to act and behave.
I'll agree. I'll agree with you there, but I knew that at the time when I was watching it live. Go on.
Cool. Okay. All right. But this is what I mean. So these major, how shall we say, points that he comes across.
Heiko was there for his own agenda.
A few moments ago, I was the only one on the panel that I wasn't 100% enough to say that was Steve saying lay down in front of the van. Again,
it was.
This type of behavior, yeah. So on a democratic basis, if we're taking democracy as the answer, then we've all agreed on a democratic basis that is most likely Steve, and therefore that is also an addition to ruining this silent vigil for this murdered girl. So as a general investigation, and I'm not talking about specific points in there, but generally speaking, Lister's on point, and we all agree.
Well, no, I agree that the copper cap was either a plant or was shortly after worked in to be like suiting the narrative and promoting. That's 110%.
I bet you.
I believe Heiko was there for his own agenda. I think he was there for his own agenda and maybe for the other agenda, but it wasn't It wasn't right. I don't think it should have been done on the night.
What about Steve?
Steve, well, I mean, he's not. If he's told people to lie down in front of the van, which he did, right? It's not violence. It's civilly disobedient, which is
saw,
Steve.
But you
which
saw
is
him
Steve.
with Heiko's megaphone with the same
My
agenda as Heiko, right?
objection to Steve is that he shouldn't. That as somebody that portrayed himself as someone with morals, going along to where a girl was murdered to hijack a vigil was absolutely disgusting and not fitting of somebody that I would want to represent me as a female in this world.
Okay. Well, I only can speak for myself, but I can certainly say that I'm not part of the far left, the far right, any organisation. I'm not paid by anyone. I all my expenses are paid for by myself, and now I've got a coffee link the last couple of months because I'm skint. So I only can speak for myself, but I would be sorry.
I said that's why I respect you. I know.
Yeah,
that
but
about
you know, now on the rest of it, like Sam, Siraj, Resistance, 911, Independence, and all the other boys that live stream, right? I only can speak for myself, but I'll be very, very surprised if someone like I was close to was someone like Sam, Siraj, you know, the Indian chap. Of course, I'm far right, and even Will, I'm not as close with, but he's another coloured gentleman that you call far right because he has conservative views. Well, there you go. But yeah, I'll be very surprised if anyone was involved in.
He literally got fired for like using racist tropes in while he was the councillor.
What did he say? What did he say? I can't remember what it was now. It was funny, like
something about one of the other family members, and this is why I call you far right, because you find it funny.
Well, it's unsuitable. It's not suitable. It's not suitable in this day and age. He's gonna get. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, he's gonna get. You know, because
I'm not going to repeat it.
Why?
Well, people can Google it. It's not
having inappropriate humour. It classifies you as being far right. Yeah, List. I think there's more that goes with it than that.
Telling racist jokes. Telling. Using racist stereotypes to another councillor in a council meeting is
it's not appropriate.
It's inappropriate. Yeah, it's inappropriate.
He's going to get his ass felt. 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 But he's a mixed race guy. He's not far right. Stop it, Lister.
So is Ralph not far right because he's? Oh, by the way,
I don't know where Ralph is at the moment, but he definitely was.
Rewind like 10-15 seconds, maybe 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you know, definitely was. I don't know where he stands at the moment. I don't really listen to him, but you know, I'd say he's more of a fucking larper, more of a fucking troll than most things. So
play it from here. So there's a guy who comes on camera now. Who's
a guy.
Like, oh, I don't want to be on camera. He was the guy in the.
Oh God, shoot him! He don't want to be on camera, so you got to shoot him, you know.
No, but I'm pretty sure he says,
those guys and gals.
Listen.
So people are not to say they don't want to be on
Fucking
camera.
hell, you're speaking over it.
Oh, sorry. No, he's not here.
Okay, let me just rewind that because Lister wants to make a point. Bear with me.
Go from here.
Turn up loud.
Yeah, it's really quiet, Manny.
That was interesting, wasn't it? What's going on now?
Wolsey is approached by a fan who suddenly realizes he doesn't want to be placed at the scene.
What do you say, man? I was on your live today. Good to see you. And I saw it. I had to calm down. Oh, sorry. No, he's not here. He's not here.
So
this
is one of the reasons why I say it's like half organized, half emerged. Can I make a point? Base Welshman, can I make a point and then you can respond? So it's half organized, half emergent. So the way that Rupley works is that they just put a camera somewhere and start filming whatever happens in front of it. If there will be people out there who think, oh, Rupley are filming, I'm going to go down there and cause some shit. And then Russia might be able to use that as some sort of propaganda material. Listen to me. Sam English has said that I want to be just like Rupley. He's had conversations with Rupley. And so just like this guy said, I saw your live stream and I came down here, and he's one of the people who was like fighting with the police earlier. They are a beacon for people who just want to cause chaos live on stream. And that's what they do. And that's what Wilson does. That's what
that could be anyone.
Does.
That could be anyone.
And whether they are conscious of that fact or not is irrelevant to the point.
So you're nuts. So they're guilty. They're guilty for live streaming because you say someone might come down and then cause trouble or kill someone or shoot someone or stab someone. That's your logic.
Shoot someone, stab someone.
Well, you're saying
never filmed anyone doing that. So why are you saying
that? Was Raspect guilty for calling people to Trafalgar?
Say that again.
Your mic's breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking.
I said, was Raspect guilty for calling people to Trafalgar Square that time to fight?
What, when they were being attacked by fireworks?
No, there was no attacks when he was.
Pause, Manny. Pause.
Oh God, he's that far right guy, that Indian far right guy called Siraj.
So that's
wow.
Siraj. Just to answer Jupiter's question.
Can I just say something? So I've been out for a few drinks with him. I've been out with.
You must be better than Manny.
One minute, guys. So these guys to me seem like nice guys. Very friendly. So this is why I question Lister in whether they're just streamers. Like broadcasters, or whether they have some nefarious...
That's what they are. That's exactly what they are.
So
I'm not sure. I thought these guys were just friendly chaps.
So I mean, the idea that someone's friendly is irrelevant to whether they are nefarious or not. Sometimes fascism arrives as your friend and it restores.
Oh my!
That's literally how Hitler got into power.
Fascism in every paragraph.
He didn't.
Lister could be making the argument that everyone thought Steve was okay not long ago, and now we all seem to think that he's some of us believe he's hope not hate. So if Lister, you was to make that argument, you might get a bit further. Thinking someone's okay doesn't necessarily mean they're okay, because people thought Steve was okay.
But wait there.
That he was working with hope not hate potentially.
Okay, but then Manny's in the frame now because Manny's had drinks with two of these people and he thought they were okay. So now Manny is part of the conspiracy theory.
Yeah, but because someone's okay doesn't make you complicit.
Well, wait there. That's what Lister said earlier on. He literally said earlier on that they had been drinking with Sam English, and because they had been drinking with Sam English.
It makes them guilt by association.
No. That doesn't make them guilty by association.
It makes them part of the conspiracy theory.
Welshman claims that he's not working with these people while he goes for drinks with them and sleeps in the same room as them. Just kind of doesn't make sense. That's not evidence to suggest that you don't fucking help these guys out.
It's disingenuous. It's totally disingenuous. We all do the same job, right? Into different degrees. I mean, and when I go there, I'm working for myself. I'm not working for Sam or Siraj or anyone else. I'm working for myself. I'm doing my own thing with my own commentary. And people tune into me for my commentary. They don't tune in there for so much the pictures, because my pictures aren't as good because they got better equipment.
And I do the same job as you, but when I do it and you're in the same place, you get your fucking goons on me to try and steal my equipment.
God, here we go. Right. So the reality is, I don't work with them. I work with myself. I'm my own man, and they all work singly, right? The only difference is that I watch their backs, right, and they'll hopefully watch my backs, because we are in a vulnerable situation. To be honest, to be honest with you, Lister, if you took a couple of fucking clips of some lads, I would 100% jump in and stop you from getting a kick in, 100%.
No, you didn't. You didn't stop me almost getting my phone robbed. You carried on with the jeering.
Did you get punched?
No, I didn't get punched, but I almost had my fucking.
Did you get kicked?
Robbed.
Did you get kicked?
I almost got my phone robbed.
Did you go down?
I did get kicked once I started backing off. Manny, this bit. We want to listen to this bit here.
Lister, what's the combined political objective? What's the combined political objective of Steve, Heiko, and this group?
It's a neo-reactionary objective, like I said at the start.
So the neo-reactionary.
Jacob Rees-Mogg's father wrote a book called
NXR.
Sovereign Individual, where he described a cognitive elite that would like run society on behalf of everybody else. And what that means is, from left to right, there will be figureheads and talking heads and influencers that will all be like controlled opposition for each other, and they will control the narrative of society. And that is why you will see sometimes, like at this vigil, people like Heiko and Steve working together.
So basically what you're saying is they're controlled opposition and they're working for the state.
Corporate contractors is how I would describe them.
And are those corporations in any way going hand in hand with the state, or are they working?
Yeah, and corporations are pretty much the puppeteers of politicians. At the same time.
And you believe that Steve and Heiko are in on it, and you believe that the live streamers, or at least a few of them, are in on it. Yeah, because obviously
at the end of the day,
no, this is what you think. This is what you think. Yeah. This is what you think. You think
not
the copper cap? You think the copper cap was in on it? Yeah, obviously, I believe she was in on it. And if she fell into it, she was definitely schooled and groomed into the position she's currently in. 100%.
I don't know how many of the people are consciously aware of this, the way that like the world works, but some of them will know. Others will be having their strings pulled. And they will just be puppets.
Okay, Lister, what do you think of the copper cap?
Because they're getting their ego stroked.
Talk to me about the copper cap. Talk to me about the copper. What's your opinion on the copper cap?
So she literally admitted to having a talk with Piers Corbyn's lawyers the night of the vigil. That's on video on my Twitter feed. If you type in Patsy and just scroll down all the history of what she said and exposed herself with.
So Piers Corbyn is the guy pulling the strings of this group, yeah?
Yeah, I would
potentially, but there's probably more people in
he's a loony
the
lefty,
background
isn't he?
pulling his strings.
Well, he's a massive lefty, like the Marxist Heiko, but there's always far right involved.
But he's
the
also
far right and the far left are working together.
But hold on, Piers Corbyn has also been described by Boris Johnson as his good friend. Boris Johnson uses Piers Corbyn's conspiracy theories about the weather to try and
Boris is gone now, though,
climate change.
Boris
Listen,
Johnson
please, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Piers Corbyn has also been invited to Russia by Putin to speak at a climate summit. He's also
so what?
described. He's also to the and it goes against.
Honestly, the example you gave. We've heard all your fucking. You've literally just spoken for 2 minutes solid. Like you literally just said. Boris counts Piers as a friend, as a good friend, right? So fucking what? You do realise that politicians, right, can be like good friends with other politicians from other parties. This does happen. It's not unusual. It's not that unusual, right? There's many cases of people from the Conservatives being very friendly with certain MPs from the Labour Party. It does happen.
Is Jeremy friends with Piers? Are they friends?
I don't think so. No.
I literally don't think he's not friends.
I believe they are. I do believe they're brothers. For fuck's sake.
They got a bit of a connection there.
One of Jeremy Corbyn's sons literally called out Piers Corbyn on Twitter, saying that everyone has that crazy.
So
uncle
what? It's not Jeremy Corbyn, is it? It's not Jeremy Corbyn. It's Jeremy's son. So once again, you're just making bullshit up all the time.
So there was an event where Piers Corbyn went to Downing Street with about 10 nurses when they wanted to during the pandemic, during the lockdown. They went to Downing Street to hand in a petition, and they didn't have much time because they were going to go straight back to work.
Yeah, BLM will roam in the streets of London. Yes, so what?
So what?
Let me tell you what it has to do with Piers Corbyn.
Yeah, but they're all your friends. They're all the fucking left. So what are you moaning for?
I thought it was far right. I thought it was NXR, like Nissan twin turbo. The NXR crew.
Manny, tell them to shut up. They've asked me a question. I'm trying to fucking answer.
We're not Corbyn supporters, though.
Yeah,
it's a kind of thingy here. It's like we know he's a cunt. What do you want from us? It's like, okay,
yeah.
we get
Jeremy Corbyn's a cunt. He's a traitorous
But
cunt.
you're trying to make out that Piers Corbyn is left wing.
He
like,
is.
Genuinely.
He
I'm
is.
trying to suggest that he's potentially infiltrator to left wing space.
No.
Because he
all his life he's been a lefty all his life. He's been a lefty all his life, man.
There's so much evidence to suggest that he also targets the left in nefarious ways to discredit them, that he's just there to discredit them. And
he's not a typical lefty. I agree with Piers on some things, but we do disagree with an awful lot of things. But guess what? He's not your typical lefty. But that doesn't make him a righty. He just says what he thinks.
Is Rishi Sunak a fascist?
I've never said that he is right wing.
Let's forget about Boris. He's gone. What about Sunak and Truss?
Right. And he will appear on the left, and he is probably part of this cognitive elite that goes from left to right.
Oh, yeah. So what about Sunak and Truss? Is Sunak a fascist?
Can we get back to the video, because this is going to go? No.
I think that's been done, and you've told us it's a left. It's a NRX conspiracy.
Guys, let's just watch this last section, and then we go back to the debate.
There's one more bit after this as well.
Hi there, guys. Is it okay if I interview you guys about what's happened?
Pause it a second.
Oh, God.
So the guy on the left is one of the leaders of Stand Up X, and also the guy in the middle with his hand on his nose is called Nacho. He is also part of this Stand Up X and anti-lockdown.
Is Nacho coloured?
I don't know where he's from.
Oh.
You have a problem with people being against the COVID lockdown, then, Lister?
It depends how they deliver.
So what about BLM? At BLM, did you mind when they decided to,
Listen, on a more serious note, Lister, I seriously believe that the lockdown has destroyed many lives and has hurt many lives, including myself. I would suggest that many people on the panel, and definitely yourself.
So I already addressed this at the start. The way that New Zealand locked down was as soon as they had a couple of instances of COVID.
Do you know where New Zealand is? It's literally the end of the world. No connections.
Yes, so are we.
The end of the world.
And
so
we're the other end.
You a fucking idiot.
We are the other end of the world. We are an island nation.
We're an island nation that's 20 miles away from Europe, not fucking thousands of miles away from any decent place, right?
We've got people
and on
coming
top of
across
that,
every day on rubber boats.
We're one of the biggest. We're one of the biggest connection airports in the world. We're in the top 6. Heathrow is.
If you can reach us by rubber boat, we're not at the end of the world, Lister. People are getting here on rubber boats.
Right. So we locked down.
To give an example of New Zealand and Australia is just nonsense, and people who do this are just not understanding. Well, it's just the same.
At the end of the day, my point was that New Zealand have less than 100 deaths from COVID. We have over 100,000.
They didn't have
Wendy,
COVID.
please.
Yeah.
Wendy, please.
Okay, look.
No, don't Wendy, please me. Yeah.
The UK.
The fact is, New Zealand didn't have COVID for a full year. It wasn't there.
It was longer. And what happens is that when all of a sudden, when they got into the country, they couldn't get rid of Omicron, and they've all had to fucking have Omicron now.
Right. Yeah.
No, that's not true.
It is true. They actually said it in there. They went for zero COVID, which is the most retarded thing in the world. And eventually, Australia and New Zealand had to back off the mic because Omicron is so fucking catchable, right? They couldn't stop the fucking thing. So it's bullshit what you've just said.
Okay. They've had less than 100 deaths. We've had more than 100,000 deaths. Khoo was for using our water borders in the same way that New Zealand did. He did a video on Double Down News, And if we were to have locked down early, like New Zealand did, as soon as they had 1 or 2 cases, and then we would have been able to come out of lockdown sooner instead of
Well,
having
hang
a
on.
massive amount
New
of.
Well, I'm not gonna.
Zealand,
I am not letting him. I am not letting him give New Zealand as an example. I am not letting you give New Zealand as an example. Do not give New Zealand as an example. It's just fucking. It's just not comparable. It's so not comparable to give New Zealand as an example to the UK, which is right in the heart of the fucking world, right? One of the most connected countries in the world, and you're giving New Zealand. It's just fucking disingenuous, like it always is. Stop giving New Zealand.
Why? Because it's the best example.
Yeah, but how
Well,
many
because it's at the end of the world. It's at the end of the world. Nowhere near anything.
It's
Give India as an example. Give India as an example.
Which has a water border that is like, I can't use Hungary because they have a fucking land border. It's much more difficult to like lock down your borders when you have loads of like land neighbors where people can cross the border easily undetected. Whereas
how many people in New Zealand?
If you've got a Lister, a very minute amount of people come in if they are refugees or like
Lister. I've just done a simple Google search. New Zealand 1.7 million cases, 1,869 deaths. So honestly, Lister, please do your research before you start spurting shit out like 100 deaths.
Statistics were wrong. Fuck, you know. Well, how did you get 100 deaths?
I know. It's, you mostly went to Pink News and found it, or Hope Not Hate, or some other bullshit.
Okay, so all their deaths have come in the last like few months.
Yes, because they couldn't lock out. Because they couldn't lock out Omicron, and they had to accept it in the end. Because that's what happens with viruses. You're a fucking idiot. They were idiots. They've literally put their countries in lockdown for 2 years, right? For what? Because they couldn't hide it in the first fucking place.
They've been in lockdown less than the UK, and
No.
they. And looking at it, they've had
New Zealand people can't even get into their own country, for fuck's sake. New Zealand nationals can't even get into their own country for the last 2-3 years.
I'm looking at the graph.
They're not under lockdown.
I'm looking at the graph now, and for the whole pandemic,
you should have looked at the graph before, shouldn't you? You should have looked. You should have looked at the graph before.
But we had Black Lives Matter running around, and we had fucking people turning up on the shore.
So much full of shit.
Able to be given human rights, refused injections, and you're telling us we should lock down. So all the normal people were locked down while we had illegal immigrants running up and down the country and fucking Black Lives Matter protests. What is the matter with you?
Yeah, you're not factoring the lasting effects of lockdown, Lister. How many people would have got an early diagnosis of cancer through lockdown in New Zealand? A lot of people will die because of it.
Okay. If we lock down, listen, can I actually make a point before being interrupted? Like, it took 12 months for them to receive more than 100 deaths, whereas even now
he's still talking about it. He's still talking about. He's talking about an isolated country.
Base Welshman, let him make his point, please.
Yeah, but he keeps on bringing up New Zealand, and we've already proved those facts are fucking nonsense. And New Zealand is not an example like the UK. It's just, you know, even the way it's, you know, in the world, where it is in the world. Apart from where it is in the world, we're a huge transit hub. This is fucking bullshit.
So, regardless of the fact we're a huge transit hub, we can easily shut down our fucking airports at the same time.
But they never did, though, did they?
But they
never
should
did,
have.
though,
This is the problem.
No.
We had a government that didn't care about saving lives,
God.
and they would rather keep the economy going as long as possible,
You
even
gotta
though
keep that immigration coming in,
even
haven't
though
you?
that the disastrous effects would be more harsh.
Let me ask
than
you the
they
question
would have
again,
been
Lister.
otherwise.
Was the lockdowns more harsh than the actual Kung flu?
I mean,
more damaging.
Yeah, and the damage hasn't finished
the
yet.
way that we lock down potentially.
No, just answer the fucking question. I just want a question for what you've experienced. Just don't tell me all the other shit.
There is a way of locking down and
no,
giving
just right. You've experienced it firsthand. No. What you've experienced in the UK. No, what you've experienced. I don't want his variations on lockdowns. I don't want his variations on lockdowns and what he prefers. I want his experience of the UK lockdown.
Money, please mute him.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Mute him. Mute him.
No, the reality is, I just want it's a simple question. You're like a baby. You're like a baby. You're like a baby. Fascist lister.
Lister, stop being fascist, man. Stop being fascist.
He don't answer the question. Look at him.
He doesn't want to listen to my answer.
Authoritarian.
No, because you're not answering the question. The question was
the way that
in the UK, what you experienced was the lockdown more damaging than the Kung flu. Right? No, I don't want to know different types of lockdowns now. I just want to know for your experience in the UK. How?
Depends who you're asking. If you're asking,
no, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. You personally.
Okay. It depends who you care about more. If you care about your grandparents who might have underlying conditions, then it would be fucking terrible for.
We all care about our relatives. We all care about it for you. I'm asking for you, not for your relative. I'm asking for you. He won't answer the question. Have you noticed? He won't answer the question. He answers the question for other people, right? Look, listen, your experience of lockdown, do you think is more damaging than Kung flu?
In my experience, the lockdown was great for me because I was able to work. I still got the self-employment grant because I paid all my taxes.
Oh, so you used it to make money. You used it to make money.
But I don't care about just for me because I'm not a selfish fucking narcissist.
No.
Like
Okay. Well, my experience is definitely been a difficulty and a problem for me personally. And I think I've worked through the 3 years, and like a lot of people have, and everyone's worked through all this bullshit.
Oh,
right.
Yeah. So my partner.
But I will say one thing. You, Lister, you and the way you talk and the way you explain yourself has deteriorated dramatically in the last 3 years, and I'm not the only person to say it. That's why I asked you that question. Your mental captivity is dropped.
I would not even be aware that you fucking existed if it wasn't for one of my fans from another country or one of my Twitter followers. One of my Twitter followers from another country telling me about you, talking about me every day of the fucking week for about 2 weeks. And then I'd listen in while I'm in work.
What's that got to do? What's that got to do? What's that got to do with your experiences on lockdown? What's the? I mean, don't forget, mate. We ask you all the hard questions, like things like is child cartoons porn? Is child cartoon? You've answered your question. You said it's been great. You just said it was great. You said lockdown was great for you. But I can assure you, I've spoken to Speaker Corner regulars, and the ones I've spoken to, and your name's mentioned in it, they say you're not doing fucking very well on it, and I tend to agree with them.
Doing very well on what?
The lockdown. You look white as a sheet. I seen you on camera not long ago. You were white as a fucking sheet.
Yeah, but
you're really paranoid, super paranoid.
We're not attacking anyone personally. Let's just stay.
No, but he says it's been a breeze the last 3 years.
But for him, he's happy with that conclusion. So let's not attack
people talk a lot.
I'd like to say something here.
You like to believe.
Yeah, go ahead, Jupiter. Let's hear from somebody else other than Lister and Base Welshman. Go ahead, Jupes.
Yeah. So when you say that the lockdowns were good for people, right? I can list loads of problems.
I never said that. I never said that at all.
Hold on, let me finish. So people were burying loved ones. They couldn't have all their family there. The Queen of this country couldn't even bury her husband with all proper people there because she had to stick to the COVID rules, right? Meanwhile, there were people in the establishment taking the piss and enjoying themselves. We had children born in hospitals where the fathers couldn't attend, okay? And the mothers were being told that if they didn't take injections that they didn't want, then they were going to take the babies off them.
Like, we
had fascism sneak into the country, right, with this fucking injection bullshit. We had people that couldn't go out and couldn't move about when they needed social interaction. People that were walking their getting pulled up by the police, as we know that happened with base Welshmen. We had them using drones, right, to fucking check on people that were walking miles away from other people, but they still wanted them back in their house. What you wanted, right?
No, what I wanted is none of that.
Hold on.
My version of a lockdown is not the same. It's not the same version of a lockdown that the Tories gave.
I haven't finished. We had illegal immigrants still turning up in boats who were refusing to take the injections. Okay, but we had mothers being told they couldn't take their kids home, but they were having the rights to refuse the injection and walk about our country with open gates, right? Walking up and down the fucking roads and streets, right? So spreading this disease we're all supposed to be frightened of, but at the end of the day, they were allowed to refuse the injections. We had but Black Lives Matter going out and holding one of the biggest protests ever, smashing things up and everything else. But apparently the black community, we were being told, were the most affected because of their skin colour, which again was propaganda to attack white people again, right? So we ended up with a divide and conquer during the whole of that time. And then on top of
the Tories. I'm not a fan of the fucking Tories and their lockdown.
Everything else, people lost money. They gave out load of furlong money to people all over the place, left, right, and centre. They gave rich people like Victoria Beckham money to furlough her staff when she didn't need it, right? And now we've come out of COVID to watch them same bastards running around on a fucking yacht while the rest of us are trying to fucking get a decent holiday that we couldn't have for 2 years, okay? Because they were telling us where and when we could travel, yeah. And
Jupiter, did you vote for Boris Johnson?
With the fact that they've cut down on the flights because they want to control everybody.
Jupiter, did you vote for Boris Johnson?
On top of that, we are now going to be starving for the next 5 years, and then they want to turn around and say, "Oh, but you best be happy to starve, and you best be happy to have no gas and electric." Because we're saving fucking Ukrainians. It's all been a big fucking joke at our expense. And the people that went out and were protesting, I'm fucking grateful they did. Because in the beginning, I was one of the people that took my first injection thinking, okay, I'm doing the right thing. When it came to the second one, I was like, up your bollocks, you've already started lying. And I'm grateful to the other people that said, you don't have to listen to this. I haven't had one injection and I'm still fucking standing. And I look around me, all the people that have been affected are the major people that have had all the injections. They've suffered more.
Did you vote for Boris Johnson?
I did vote for Boris Johnson, but I voted against.
So what the fuck are you complaining about? You brought all this on yourself.
You
brought it all on yourself.
The establishment is no longer divided at the top.
You brought it all on yourself.
Can't you see that? Do you think the left would have done any better?
They would have. They would have not have bailed. They would not. They would not have bailed out.
You are kidding
Jeremy Corbyn would not have bailed out the rich. They would have bailed out people like you.
You are kidding yourself.
Jeremy Corbyn would not have given Amazon and fucking
they would have thrown even more money at the people.
The Spice Girls, any fucking money.
You're talking bullshit.
Jeremy Corbyn would not have bailed out the rich. No way. You brought this on yourself. Any of you who voted Boris Johnson
you've gone around
and are complaining about the way that he locked down are bringing it on yourselves. I'm not a supporter of the way Boris Johnson locked down. Jupiter, you made a lot of good points in your monologue just then, and I agree with a lot of it. There's some points that I don't agree with, but at the end of the day, you voted for Boris Johnson, and this is on you.
No. What is going on? What is going on?
You can't fucking complain like you have done just then and not take any responsibility for the person that you voted for who brought on this chaos.
And a reset that has been designed, a social experiment that none of us fucking agree to, from the fucking World Economic Forum. Get your fucking eyes cleaned.
And I was one of the first people. I was one of the first people to actually report on that reset, and it's a neo-reactionary. The neo-reactionaries described it as a reboot. So
Lister,
this is on you,
Lister,
Jupiter.
did you have your vaccinations, Lister?
I've not been vaccinated, no, because.
Wow.
However, if I was old and I had an underlying condition, I would have, because after having COVID, it is the fucking worst flu that I've had, and I couldn't barely fucking sleep the amount of pain my fucking kidneys were in.
Lister, are you aware that Conservatives don't actually count the Conservative Party and Boris Johnson and co as Conservatives? We count them as leftists.
Okay, most Conservatives, if they had the choice, would rather have Boris Johnson than Liz Truss or Rishi Sunak.
Yeah,
so
sure,
you
sure,
are
but that's-
wrong. If
yeah,
you
but-
are, if you
yeah,
claim
yeah,
you're a
but that's what- yeah, but
Conservative and
they
you don't
are-
want Boris,
they
you are
are-
probably
they
further
are
right than you
choosing-
think.
They're choosing, the best out of a bad bunch. That's what that is.
Yeah, 50% of people prefer Boris, 25% of people prefer Liz Truss, and 25% of the rest prefer Rishi Sunak.
No, but what I'm saying, that actual Conservatives don't really regard. The
No, these
Conservative
are
Party.
Conservatives who have been polled. Like,
Yeah,
they
I
are
mean, do
actual
you
Conservatives.
really take a lot of these polls seriously?
Well, not really, but
Exactly.
that's
Then
that's
yet
the
you're
best.
quote-
That's
yet
the
you're
best
quoting-
guess we've got.
Yeah, but yet you're quoting them just doing an.
Well, where are
doing
you
a
getting
debate.
your numbers from? The fucking
the
thin
peop-
air.
No, which is a good point. I'm not disputing that. So, see, majority of my circles, most people are conservatives. Not all of them. There's plenty of lefties as well. The majority of people in my what I would class as my friends are definitely conservatives, and I do speak about politics a lot. And as a consequence, nobody that I come across that I regard as a conservative would even think Boris Johnson is even middle.
Yeah.
Well, that shows you how far right your circles are. Anyway,
No.
It
One
does.
minute. Please, Lister, do you think I'm far right?
I said your circle.
Okay, would you say so? If you think patriotic alternative is far right, what would you call me?
Far
Not
right.
quite as far right as them.
This is what you're up against. Everyone knows that Boris Johnson, right, is not a true conservative. If libertarian
Yes,
maybe, right, and he's not even that. He's a fucking liberal, right? He really is. He's
not a
promoting.
he's not a liberal.
He's
He's a
promoting.
fucking-
He's promoting.
Liberals-
Liberals
care about the liberty of other people. Boris cares about the liberty for himself, which makes him a fascist.
No, he doesn't answer
Yeah,
questions
yeah.
directly about Marxist organisations like the LGBT community, etc.
Oh, come on.
And he won't. Well, he has
we get back
recently,
to the,
but he's been
can we
pushed
get
to
back
it.
to the video, please?
He's no fascist. He's no fucking far right. I mean, where
Clearly
you
is.
get it, just crazy.
So these are anti-lockdown organisers.
Wow.
What do you think?
I think this is pretty much staged.
So if you don't recognise these people, the one on
Sorry, did he just say this is pretty much staged?
stage, yeah, and they are the ones staging it. He's rubbing his nose. That's like a tell. He's a fucking lying cunt. Left likes to hang with Piers Corbyn and tries more weird minor stunts with paper bags, again provoking the police into escalating nonsense.
Leave her alone! Leave her alone!
This was also staged. If you go to my video,
Everything's staged. Everything's staged.
if you go to my video, "Fascists Beware of the Charles
Clip that-
Walker,"
clip it,
the
right? Don't
MP
forget.
Charles Walker, you'll find out exactly what this video is all about. I mean, when I saw it, I didn't have a fucking clue what it was all about. But
Everything's staged from Based himself. Say it.
This
go on.
He's not saying that, Pace Wilson. He's not saying that.
He is because basically, if I was on a live stream and I said, "Oh, I seen some agitators," like we did a couple of occasions, that makes me part of the conspiracy or something somehow in his warped world. I mean, just for even mentioning that looked a bit of a setup. That makes you that makes you organising the setup. I mean, honestly, it's just fucking beyond the stretch. Is fucking huge.
Let me help make sense of what I think Lister said. Look, Lister's conclusion to you might be very out there, but generally, what Lister's synopsis is with these type of things, that something doesn't seem right. There seems to be some kind of involvement of either some kind of external agency or some kind of agitator or some kind of nefarious body. So even as we conservatives,
obviously, that I agree that there's agitators out there. That's why we talk about it, Manny. That's why we talk about it. We know they're out there.
Exactly, and this is what I'm trying to bring. I've spoken to Lister before, and the last time I had a very similar conversation to what you're having with him now. And my conclusion at the end of it, which was more to do with groomed children and groomed girls, it was like, actually, Lister cares. It's just that Lister's coming from a completely different, opposite end
You don't
to
give
me.
a shit.
No, he does.
I've known Lister since like 2018. Right?
He does care, and I realise that even because he's so far left, that we're not going to enter the same subject in the same way. But at the end of the day, he does care for the children and he wants to protect them.
He doesn't care for the children. I don't want to hear shit like this.
1 minute, even in this situation, he's agreeing with us that there's something not quite right. But whether his conclusion is the same, exactly the same as ours, is a different thing. But he's perfectly entitled.
What he does, he docks people by their real names on a regular, right, and calls them far right fascists, and says they say they're highly involved, either the government or some bigger, higher agenda. It's honest to fucking God bullshit, and it's irritating because he literally stretches. And
Who have I doxed?
Well, you doxed me on this live stream.
Yeah, because you have fucking targeted me to an extreme fucking amount.
I haven't.
If you fucking target me, like make me aware that there are fucking live streams online, because you've literally
said I'm not afraid of my name going out there because I put my name out there. You've literally said this, right then.
My name was already out there.
Me calling you by your Christian name is not doxing you. Okay,
dude, I fucking doxed you as Hugh Thorne way before you called me Mark. Like, that is irrelevant.
Yes.
So
literally
defamed.
So this is what you do. This is what you do. You dox people.
You've
I've never made.
I don't dox people.
What?
I retaliate.
You dox everyone. You dox.
I retaliate sometimes.
You dox Sam. You dox Sam earlier on. You dox Sam. You dox JB.
Sam doxed himself. Sam doxed himself. If you go to his fucking PayPal or whatever he was using for donations, he put his own fucking name there. So don't blame me for doxing people when they've already doxed themselves.
But you say his name, you say my name, and you say other people's names on a regular.
I say your name because you're a fucking cunt to me. Like, why wouldn't I? If you stop being a fucking absolute cunt, I will be a fucking cunt to you.
So because we have battles online, right?
It's not a battle. It's literally abuse, what you've done to me.
How is it abuse? What have I done to abuse you?
You fucking slandered me as a fucking paedophile. You fucking.
When have I called you a paedophile?
Don't shut up.
When have I called you a paedophile? When have I called you?
So scroll back slightly, Manny. This flag on the
no. Let's get this right here, because one of his stupid claims
that is used by Patriotic Alternative members all the time.
Who gives a fuck? You just made an accusation.
I give a fuck.
You made it, and you're moving. You're moving from that accusation. Let me know how and when did I call you a pedo?
I call you that. I've never heard him say that.
Because you won't. So come on, tell me. You'll have it clipped because you would. So where is it? Where is it?
Dude, you've done it.
I've had enough of this fucking bullshit from you. You would have that clipped. You have everything clipped. You clip everyone's live streams. Let's not bullshit each other. Bring it up, you cunt. If I've called you a fucking pedo and given you all that shit, bring it fucking up.
You've done it, Based.
Lister, do you have evidence? Do you have evidence of Base Welshman making that accusation against?
He's shared that video.
Do you have evidence?
Where your person on this show,
co-person. Who the fuck's he on about?
Are you talking about Banksy?
Yeah, when he came,
Banksy only does the Wednesday podcast. He doesn't do the Monday one. But do you have evidence of Base Welshman saying that?
When he, I mean, I'm not confirming or denying.
He hasn't got it. He hasn't got it because I haven't said it. He's just trying to he's trying to get his mouth around saying something that's like not making him out to be a total cunt.
No, you've definitely called me a paedophile defender and all sorts of like other slurs. You
No,
couldn't
Luca,
keep
that
your
was
fucking.
fascist Phil
You
with
couldn't.
and
You couldn't
Maxine.
keep my name out of
It
your
was
mouth for
fascist
2 weeks.
Phil. That's right. It was
If it
fascist
was,
Phil, wasn't it? It was fascist Phil. It wasn't me.
It
was
wasn't.
You get
fascist
people.
Phil.
You get people confused all the time.
Guys, let
No,
Jupiter.
no.
Yes.
He was the
Jupiter's
one
trying to
asking
say
the
something.
questions.
Gentlemen,
Yeah, sure.
gentlemen,
But you've
let the
shared the
lady
video
speak.
and you've used that video to try and make out that I'm a fucking paedophile when Banksy came on and said way worse than what I've
Listen
said.
to the
But you
host.
don't. You never make the claims
Listen
about
to
him.
the host.
None of you do.
Lister, please.
Listen to the.
Jupiter, please. We couldn't hear you. Please go ahead.
Right. So when there was a live stream where Fascist Phil come on, and he asked the question to Banksy, to do with the drawings, where all the propaganda come from, and he asked a similar question to Lister.
No. He asked me, and then
about
Banksy came on and was like,
Yes,
he will do
it
whatever the
wasn't
fuck he wants.
Welshman though.
No, I know it wasn't based Welshman. I never said it was. I said that he shared. I said that he has shared that. He has shared that.
He's changed the word. He's changed the word. He's
No,
now
I never
gone.
changed the
He's
word.
got.
Fucking
He's now
scroll
gone
back.
from calling. He's
Scroll
now gone
back.
from calling. He's gone down from calling you a pedo to sharing a video that said you're a pedo. Now he's moved. See how he's moved that? He's gone from rugby union to rugby league.
You've
He's
shared
gone
it
from
in a
me
way.
say.
You've shared it.
No,
you shared it in a way
you said
that
you said
agree
you
with the
you
premise
said
of it.
that I called you a pedo. That's what you said. You said I called you a
Oh,
pedo,
fuck off.
and I didn't. I shared a video where you answered questions, which was very, so I say, not very nice sort of answers. So I didn't call you a pedo. See, once again, mate, it was fascist Phil. So what else then? We pushed that to one side. So what else?
Right, here's Heiko Khoo in front of a load of patriotic alternative members.
Why do you hate me so much? Why do you hate me so much, Lister? Why do you hate me so much?
You're the one who hates me. You're the one who hates me.
Wow.
Yes, you do.
Gentlemen, let's get Lister making this point about patriotic.
I wouldn't even know about you if it wasn't for live
on.
streams. I wouldn't even know about live streams if it wasn't for you.
You're like a bad case of herpes. You're always coming back.
You literally couldn't keep my name out of your mouth to the point where I've had to come online to defend my fucking name. Yeah, now it's funny.
Lister, you're so
Hugh
dramatic.
Thorne, go fuck yourself. I'll keep using your name, Hugh Thorne, as long as you keep fucking being a cunt.
Recognize a tactical plan to hit the streets.
How to make friends, Lister style.
I don't want to be your fucking friend.
Where
You're a
the police
cunt.
will be outnumbered and more vulnerable to attack.
Really nice. Oh, is this where you accused me of? This is where you accused me of throwing bottles at the police, isn't it? And yet that's not on camera either. You just made the statement. That's
when
right.
Did I accuse you of throwing bottles?
You've done it on one of your fucking videos because I listened to it. You 100% said there's based Welshman. There's based Welshman throwing bottles at the police. Now wait there. If there I am. If I'd have thrown one bottle at the police, I would be arrested before I got back into Cardiff. You cunt. You literally
there's plenty of people there throwing bottles that didn't get arrested.
Yes, there were, but there weren't me. I only can speak for me. And you said that I was throwing bottles at the police. Another bullshit. Another bullshit
I never
from
said
you.
that you were throwing bottles.
This is
you lying now. This is you lying.
It's not lying. I know what you. Because I know I didn't throw any bottles. Because it was me.
This is you.
And yeah, I was filming. There I am.
You're with a load of people throwing bottles, and you're not telling them to stop.
So fucking what? It's not fucking me. It's not me. I'm there to film, mate.
I never said you were throwing bottles.
You did say I was throwing bottles.
Why are you lying?
At police.
Why
at police. You literally.
Why are you
I'm
lying?
not lying. You literally said
lying?
at police. This is most probably the footage you say it. This is mostly the footage you say it
as well.
So what? There's a guy with a red cat there. That's one of the commanders. So what? Guy with a white one. So fucking
it's
what?
The protest that he was advertising at the Vigil, isn't it? It's you working with Steve and Heiko.
I'm working with Steve again. Fuck me. Honestly, I haven't got Heiko's number. Right? Let's get a couple of things straight here. And I speak to Steve once every 6 months a year via Twitter.
Okay.
Fucking hell. And he knows my feelings of what recently has happened. So, I've spoken to him. Online. In public.
So you've spoken to Hope Not Hate, have you?
No, I've spoken to him. Steve, about what?
Hate, Steve.
I've spoken to Steve on a live platform, like I'm speaking to you now, on a public forum.
Yes, it was on
Recently.
Banksy.
And I said,
Look, have you
then,
seen in the
my
chat?
feeling-
Listener, be careful, because when you get a slap, you will not see it coming. It's people like you, base Welshman, that like provoke
How's that people
kind of
like me?
response to me. I've been
No, it's
actually
it's
assaulted in your
it's because
presence, and you've literally
there I
done
am.
nothing.
There I am getting some good shots. I'm the blue hoodie on the right somewhere. You'll see me come back in a minute. Good shots coming up. There I am, the blue. Cool. So I'm throwing bottles with my tripod on my phone.
But this is what the vigil would have been like if there was more of the anti-lockdown crowd there.
Oh yeah.
If there were more of these people there at the vigil, there would
It
have been
wasn't an
more chaos
anti-lockdown
like there is
protest,
here.
was it? It was a vigil.
Look, you're right in the front. You
Of
might
course
not
I
be
am.
throwing bottles, but
I
there's
get
plenty
the
of
best-
bottles being thrown
I get the
around
best
you,
footage.
and you're
I get the best footage.
you're pointing your finger at the police as if it's all their
No,
fault.
camera. I'm saying it's on. You're on camera. I'm telling them you're on camera. Listen to my live stream.
Yeah,
you fucking.
But
It's
you're
public.
not putting the people who are throwing bottles on camera, are you?
Well, I'm in the
Because
range.
you're on their side.
I'm in the range of those bottles, mate. Don't forget this. That's a transgender person to my left with the long hair, who got attacked with the guy to my left. Transgender person, and
female to male.
I'm not too sure, to be fair. It's something, but a
That
nice
one
chap.
there?
Yeah.
That one there.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
So there I am. But
Seems like
either
you
way,
know a lot of them.
well,
There's the
because
guy from
I don't know his name. I don't know his name. I just see his face everywhere. And what's amazing is when I spoke to him, I said to him, "What social media are on?" He said he's not on a social media. Which
What
I
was he
pretty
doing there then?
Well, he does film. I'm just quite surprised. There we are. So this is the footage. If you put the audio,
Play
to
this.
that,
Play this. Listen to their words here, because they come up with all sorts of anti-Semitic tropes about the Rockefellers ruling the world.
another mixed race racist, is it? Oh, God.
Is Ralph a racist?
Who else do we listen to? Subject Access, is it Busker people? What? Yeah, it's independent media. Go to BitChute, brand new.
That's it. UK Colony.
Based Welshman. Oh, God, they didn't say it either.
Agenda 21, United Nations, ID 21, Rothschild,
Agenda 2030, Agenda 2030.
All they do is mention Jewish people and conspiracies that are like with Jewish people in control of the world.
Wow.
These are
Wow.
anti-Semitic, anti-lockdown protesters.
Okay.
So if you care about anti-Semitism, you would call these two out. But you don't, do you? You just work with them on your protests, throwing bottles.
I don't even know these people. I don't even know these people are. I don't even know these people are.
You knew that transgender person, but this
Yeah,
person
that
stood right next to you at the same time. You don't even notice him.
Wait there. The transgender person, I don't even know her or his name, and I've just seen that person in live streams. And because we were both getting attacked with truncheons, I spoke to him. Not these people here. Yeah, I know the person to the one who was talking about a minute or two ago.
So
I know his face.
That was an example of Piers Corbyn. William Coulter being told to fuck off. We don't.
Oh, John, they said that they followed Busker. Busker don't have any anti-Jewish on his channel.
Yes, he does. I was calling out anti-Semitism, and then he tried to make me out as the anti-Semite.
Yeah, Busker's chat is terrible. Busker's chat is terrible, I must admit.
Wait there. We got Lister in front of us here. Come on, behave yourself.
So that was another.
There's no way Busker allows
protester with
people that are anti-Semite on his channel. You've only got to mention the word Jew, and he goes nuts.
Manny, I want to show you one last final bit.
Sorry, 1 minute. Dave, is that you?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Can I just ask Lister a question?
Sure.
Lister, you're saying that these people were anti-Semitic, yeah, but in no way on this earth they would have mentioned Busker if they're anti-Jewish. Busker is the most pro-Jewish person I know.
He literally has kittens. He literally has kittens, even if you just mention anything. He literally has kittens. He literally loses his shit.
But
Starts
he's
shaking and stuff.
he's a stupid person, so he cannot spot a real anti-Semite.
That's
So
not very
if
nice,
you've
is
got
it?
someone who claims that they're anti-Semitism, and he can't actually spot anti-Semitism, then anti-Semites can use that person as a fucking person to manipulate.
Right. Okay. So one, that was extremely arrogant. Two, I disagree with that completely because I've seen Busker take on actual anti-Semitic people. So I don't think he's being used in some kind of anti-Jewish agenda. I don't see how that's possible.
If you want a better understanding of what I'm saying, then go to my video called "Fascists Beware of the Fake Nazi Hunters."
Can you just quickly explain to me how Busker's being used for an anti-Jewish agenda? Can you explain that to me?
I mean, these people are blatantly anti-Semitic because there's plenty of conspiracies around that don't involve Jews. However, they only mention Jewish people's names, and they only mention conspiracy theories that centers Jews as controlling the world.
But that's not answering my question.
There's plenty of people who are not Jewish who are in positions of power, like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, fucking loads of others that I can't even think of. Peter Thiel, Dominic Cummings.
Lister, I clearly said to you, why would someone who's anti-Semitic follow Busker? And you said Busker's too stupid to understand that he's being used. And I said, how is Busker being used? And can you show me what Busker is doing to push an anti-Jewish agenda?
Do you know Ambrosine Shitrit?
Wow, is that how you say her surname?
I don't know how you say her surname. How do you say her name?
That's very anti-Jewish. That is.
How do you say her name?
Just say Ambrosine. Yeah, we know who you mean. Yeah.
I don't know.
Ambrosia Rice.
I've never heard anyone say it before, so I'm
What do you say?
Tell me how you say it.
Say it again for me. Say it again for me.
You say it,
Well, I haven't got it in front of me. I haven't got it in front of me.
So how do you know? How do you know I'm saying it wrong?
Well, because it's not shit. It's not shit like you just said.
I'm sure it's spelled Shitrit.
Yeah, but I'm sure you won't pronounce shit, would you, in someone's name?
Well, I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to say it. I mean,
the pronunciation might be a bit different, but carry on. So Ambrosine is what? Is Ambrosine far right or something? Are you going to tell us?
She is a literal fascist.
She's a fascist?
Yes.
Wow.
Okay. Right.
And she took offense at me calling her a fascist, even when I was calling out an anti-Semite, and she was trying to make out that I was the anti-Semite for calling her a fascist.
Because you're a Corbyn supporter, you see, so they would see you as being kind of supporting an anti-Semitic person.
Yeah, because isn't that Go on, son.
Yeah, but there's literally no evidence of Jeremy Corbyn being anti-Semitic.
Oscar,
So what we're watching now is another example of how many of the anti-lockdown protesters have infiltrated another protest, which has nothing to do with them. The Kill the Bill protest in Bristol. And Gavin Malone has no reason to be in Bristol.
I was there. I had to go home.
Sean Finch had no reason to be in Bristol. Actual Interview had no reason to be in Bristol. But they all travelled together, all to while the left wanted a peaceful protest. They're all stuck.
There was only left there, mate. It was only left there. There was only those. I got.
What's Gavin Malone doing?
I was there. What are you doing? I was there.
What's Gavin Malone doing there?
I had to leave at R8. I had to leave at R8 because of my dog. But let's get a couple of things straight here. It was full of left. Right? They were all a lot of them. And you said they wanted a peaceful You said they wanted a peaceful protest. I was there, you cunt. I was there. I witnessed it. There was no way that night was going to end. Well, no, fuck you, men. Right? No, there was no, because I'm not letting you spiel you shit. I'm not letting you spiel you shit. I was there. I witnessed it. I sensed it. I was first hand. I wasn't on a computer like you, watching 8 streams and wanking off like you do under it. Right? I was fucking there. Right? I'm telling you now, it was guaranteed to go off. Or 100%. I knew it was going to go off, but I had to go.
It's been infiltrated by people like Gavin Malone. Like,
you're an idiot. You're an idiot.
behind this front line of protesters here,
It
everybody
is full of
sat down.
leftists.
Faith Rossman, shut up. We just let you speak. So there's
Fuck
loads of
you.
people sat down saying peaceful protest, peaceful protest. They're begging people at the front to sit down, but they won't. And the people at the front are provoking the police to the point where they get attacked.
Honestly, this is just another reality. This is a different fucking reality to what actually happened.
Well, let's watch
Are
it
we
with
just
sound,
moving
shall we?
past the fact that he's just told his Ambrosine is far right? Because that was still like an amazing claim there. That's like Ambrosine's one of the most far left individuals I think I've ever met.
Everyone's far right. Ask him whether he thinks you're far right.
You might not have no political position, Liz. You might just be mentally ill.
Yeah, I think he is. Because he thinks that the leftists, the rightists turned up, the righties turned up, and they sort of encouraged and provoked the situation to turn violent. It's a total bullshit. Total 100%
What's Gavin Malone
bullshit.
doing there? What's Gavin Malone doing there at the
So
front?
what?
Why are people using anti-Irish stereotypes
I don't
towards
even know
the
what
police,
Gareth
trying
Malone
to
is.
provoke them into a reaction?
It doesn't matter who the fuck Gareth Malone is. Or whoever he
Anyway,
is.
Manny,
There is fucking 1,500 students hell bent on trouble there. That's what.
All right,
Manny,
Faith,
can we listen to like how long's left? Can you just show?
Oh,
how long's left?
Byline Times. Byline
10
Times, the most left-wing fucking paper you could ever pick up.
And I've been calling out Byline Times profusely on my Twitter account.
Yeah, and
Anyone
you
wants to go and
suit
see.
your narrative.
If you actually want to watch my videos, Fascists Beware of the Cognitive Elite, Byline Times get mentioned more than any other fucking paper. So
Yeah, but
I will.
you'll use this for your narrative now, though.
Me
Right?
that it's obvious to anyone that I will
I think
call
Dave's
out
called it. He's
the
mental.
left, the right, the
He is
centre,
mental.
wherever they come from.
The lockdown
obvious
has
to anyone.
not done any good at all.
So
I'm sorry to say that, but it's true.
Manny, can we listen?
Am
to,
I
like,
playing the sound for this? Am I playing the sound?
Honestly, Manny, you're literally just playing this whole portfolio.
No, just
Yeah,
this
but
last 10 minutes.
Dave Welchman, it's okay. It's all right to have an opposing opinion. We can critique it. At the end of the day, I genuinely don't think Lister is a bad guy. I know he's on the left side compared to our political view. I don't think he's a bad guy. It's just that he arrives at his conclusions.
Okay, Manny, but he's bringing this article up here saying Met Police acted appropriately for the Sarah Everard. Anyone can see. Anyone can see if they'd have just kept back and kept their distance and sent actual liaison officers in there to actually communicate with the women there, none of this would have happened. None of it would have happened.
Do you know what the HMICFRS is?
Her Majesty's. I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
CRS.
Tell us.
They're an independent group that is very critical of police.
You don't know what the acronym is. You don't even know what the acronym is. Okay, fair enough.
So to have them criticize, to have them say that the police acted appropriately is quite like.
So does that say Her Majesty's at the front?
Yeah.
With the crown. Okay. So they're critical of the police, are they? Her Majesty's?
Yes.
Generally? Okay, cool.
Hi, is that you?
They're crown servants, don't forget.
Busker, is that you?
Yes, it's me. You hear me?
Hello, mate. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, Lister, can you keep my fucking name out of your mouth? You were the worst type of fascist cunt going. That's what you are. You're a little fucking cunt. That's what you are. Keep my name out of your fucking mouth.
Crime on.
Huh? What?
Are you going to dox him now?
More what?
Cry more.
Who's crying? What are you going on about?
Big up Busker, by the way. See, this is someone else you fucking slandered as well, isn't it?
No.
Yeah, he can't keep my name out of his mouth.
Yeah.
You were the worst type of fascist.
He was
you are.
literally mentioned in the video. It was other people that mentioned you, and then everyone else questioned me about what I think about you.
What I think about you is you're a
cunt. You said the people in the video listed a bunch of people that were anti-Semitic, and that's who they followed. That's what you said. And one of the people they said they followed was Busker, and Busker is not anti-Semitic.
No. So what I said was They mention a load
Yeah,
of.
what did you say actually? What did you actually? What did you actually say about Busker? What did you actually say? The words you said. You said Busker is what?
I said at the time was they mentioned a load of Jewish.
No. What did you say tonight? What did you say? What did you just say? What did you say about Busker now? What on this live stream?
No, can I just correct Jupiter?
No,
He can rewind it and hear for himself.
Right.
You also said that he was too thick to know that he was being played.
Yeah, he is.
No one. Let me understand something, right? Nobody fucking plays me. I can't be played. I can't be bought. I can't be sold. You cannot play me.
Ambrosine plays you like a
No,
fiddle.
she does not play. Nobody plays me.
She does. Yes, she does. You should tell her to fuck off and do your own thing.
What do I do with Ambrosine?
Anti-Ambrosine. Outrageous.
What the fuck are you going on about this stuff?
You supposedly, from your own words, had a little spy who goes around filming people because you like trying to hunt out anti-Semites. But in reality,
what a load of fucking rubbish. When have I gone film? When have I prove it? When have I filmed, bro? When have I filmed? Who have I filmed? When have I done it? Give me the proof.
This is what you've told me.
I told you that.
You told me that when I called Ambrosine a fascist, and then you went and showed her what I called her. And when I asked you not to film
I put it on fucking YouTube, you silly cunt.
and you did
I
film
put
it,
it on
and then you went and
YouTube.
showed her what I
put
called
it
her.
on
If that's
YouTube,
not
you
acting on her
stupid
behalf,
cunt.
I don't know what the fuck
put
it
it
is.
on my YouTube. I had it on my
Don't
YouTube.
overtalk, Busker. Go on, Busker.
I put it on my YouTube.
Can we carry on with the video, please?
Shut up, you fascist cunt.
Come on, I'd like to shut up and play the video if we can, please.
How long is this video for? It's been about 3 hours so far, hasn't it?
10 minutes. The last 10 minutes.
You're such a citizen journalist, aren't you?
We actually
You're
have
such
the
a
sound
citizen-
on.
Yeah, look at the citizen journalist. Look.
No,
we have the sound on, please.
Mark, Busker, let's get a couple of things right. He's not a citizen journalist. He goes behind his computer, wanks off the live streams, and then stitches them together. That's what he does. He's
Yeah, that's why I'm being sarcastic. That's why I'm being sarcastic. Such a citizen journalist, isn't he? I was being sarcastic. Citizen journalist. Such a big citizen journalist. What fun.
So obviously you put in a little cauldron like clapping.
Oh, they got Ralph on here now. It's got fucking hell.
So, hold on.
What's this got to do with the Sarah Everard? What's this got to do with Sarah
Can
Everard?
we have everybody silent
What's
and
this got to
skip
do with
back
Sarah
to the
Everard?
start? Because
What's this got to do with Sarah Everard?
Kick everyone off for the last 10 minutes, please.
Oh, no, just kick you off.
Whose footage is this, by the way, fellas?
Oh, he nicked it,
Yeah.
whatever it is. He's nicked it.
Manny, this is important for understanding what happened at the vigil, and I know for a fact that Base Welshman's going to talk over it. So please, can we just do this last?
Bored. I'm fucking bored.
You're not going to talk over it.
Bored? Go away.
I want to fucking. I want to
guys,
argue.
it's
I
not
don't want
much-
to listen to your propaganda.
Okay, Jack
Guys, there's not
Sparrow.
much left. Guys, listen. There's not much left of the video. Let's finish the video and then we can go back to debating.
Resulted in agitation.
Can we start this bit? This bit's really important. So just this like frame, we need to hear exactly what's been said, please.
What you want me to do? Rewind it?
Rewind it until like that police report, because it will start into this. That police report's not really important. Maybe in 10 minutes, Freedom for Britain. But yeah, please, everyone be quiet for the last 10 minutes, please.
I agree with the police in their report, and I'm entirely not surprised that Ralph was able to sum it up in a single sentence a day after the vigil.
Ralph, what's your view on Saturday? What did the police do it right? Did they do it wrong? Serious question.
It's a very difficult position because, first of all, if you look at the recent policing efforts, it's all been unusual policing because of COVID.
You know, you watch all these guys who are regulars running around agitating in the protests, the lockdown protests. So, you know, police under stress, and
the public as well. The public as well.
Public's under stress as well. Everyone's been locked up for so long. So obviously, you put in a little cauldron like Clapham Common. You've got a lot of people screaming, and then just one person has to make a mistake, and then everyone's going to blow it up from both sides, right? So, but you know, the police do a very difficult job. So, you know, God bless.
No, but did the police make a mistake, do you think, on Saturday? Could they have done it better? Do you think that they did it wrong? I mean,
it's hard to tell, isn't it? Because they're known agitators there, right? From everyone, from the Heikos, it's a small crew of people. They're wandering around. They were there before. They were in Fulham. Then every time they're there to agitate. So ultimately, agitators, if they're successful, result in an agitation. So then the police, you know, you might get a bit of bad policing, but I'm sure the IPCC will handle anything that was out.
No doubt, this was a mix between an organized infiltration and an emergent psychological operation in an attempt to radicalize a hyper-emotional and grief-stricken crowd with an increased anti-police sentiment.
What we do when we see babies is to scare them. We play peekaboo. And babies somehow know that it's only playful, they don't really have to be scared. But then the same thing sort of happens when we're older. We go and see horror films, and we experience all the fear of the film. At the same time, we know that we're safe, because we're not going through the trauma someone else is. Now, it's a very thin line between that and real fear. So thinking about that, I thought I'd design an arcade game.
Judging by the headlines, I would not be surprised if these infiltrators have links to the tabloid papers. They seem to be taking the words straight from Steve's mouth here.
How many more? The crowd is chanting.
These past few weeks of gaslighting protests has been an attempt by the far right to discredit the sitting police commissioner, Cressida Dick. While we live under narcissistic rule, a resignation like this would be unbelievably terrible for the country. We would be instantly handing more power to Boris Johnson if he installed his preferred, more hardline commissioner. I would not be surprised if propaganda expert Dominic Cummings had a hand in hiring an army of geeks and weirdos, or maybe he just needed to hire the puppet master. Grinder, and the far right figurehead for his ivory keys.
I thought you were here to let the British people decide what they wanted to do, not what you wanted them to do. But here's the thing, that's it, isn't it? You say you're a servant, but you just said it yourself. What we want them to do. It's all about you, Ralph, and what you want. Kill Boris.
And when it's written in the NRX ideology to infiltrate everything that can be infiltrated, it's no surprise to hear this supposedly random woman accidentally let slip.
And she's like, woman, I want to know what position you're in, like. I believe in, like, penetrating, I believe in infiltrating things from the inside, I do. I think that there is power in that. I believe in that. But they know what, she's a woman and she's chosen to try and infiltrate a fucking thing that cannot be infiltrated. It cannot be changed from the inside.
Wow.
Did Patsy confide in this woman with her true intentions for the vigil? Infiltrate system, maybe. If she failed in that attempt, she certainly succeeded in replacing the trusted grassroots movement with an airhead, much like the way our Nazi-inspired government used the photo opportunity that was company, ready to ship their already tried and tested products. Who knows? But what else would you spend the billions that you just plundered from the treasury, if not a distraction, a celebratory performance art for psychopaths maybe? Events at the vigil had the dark enlightenment written all over it. So what can we do?
Well,
we
with
need
the
to be alert
antique
organizations infiltrating our communities and grassroots movements.
Wow.
Be alert to those chaos manufacturers infiltrating our protests. The far right will attempt to use our fears and beliefs against us.
The best thing about Lister's videos is the music at the beginning and end.
far right can take advantage of
Oh,
our
for
action.
God's sake, turn this crap off.
Look at it, the far right.
Would not be a wise one to fulfill.
Listen, the problem is coming from the far left, and you know it.
Trying to peacefully protest in large numbers at night is probably going to be increasingly difficult from now on. If anyone sees any of these people filming in public, I recommend approaching them and try to make sure that their audience knows their figurehead is culpable in the radicalization of a
That's
silent
incitement to violence, by the way.
the lack of empathy.
I agree. I don't wholly confirm what they just said.
Yeah.
There. I don't agree with that.
Manny,
I'll clip that. I'll clip that for self-defense purposes.
Those responsible
Manny,
for the radical.
hang on, Manny,
Yes,
pause
mate.
it. Manny, can you pause that, please? That is fascism, because he's trying to encourage people to shut down citizen journalists.
Yes, I agree.
It's what they do.
Yeah, I'm not saying everything what Lister's saying is not partly accurate, but like I said, from my own experience when I've been out with those guys.
Can I just say what I actually said there while people were talking over it?
Oh,
I
shut up,
approach them
Go
and
ahead.
let their audience know that they were responsible for this acceleration of the vigil.
Lister, you're part of the conspiracy theorists. So you are a conspiracy theorist, don't you? You believe in conspiracy. Well, you obviously do. You obviously do.
You don't need to put Lister into a box. Lister's already states what he isn't.
Conspiracies. You're into conspiracies. He's into conspiracies.
These are the conspiracy theorists right on our screen right now.
Oh, you are. You are. Because that's your theory. This is your theory. This is not fact. This is your opinion. This is your opinion. This is your opinion. This is your opinion.
No,
this
they
is
are
your fact.
talking about Jews in control of the planet. Like, what are you talking about?
Wait there. Right, look, you're saying we're all connected. We're all working for the same goal, for a bigger goal that's far bigger than I don't even know about, right? But the reality is, right, you're saying we're all working together, but we're not.
In neo-reactionary ideology states that you can have your own view, but as soon as an order comes from above, you've got to do what the order from above says.
This is amazing. This is amazing. I don't take orders from anybody.
That is
I
why
never have.
Base Welshman, shut up. That is why you see Heiko getting arrested at Speaker's Corner for opposing Tommy Robinson, and then a few weeks later being in bed with all those same Tommy Robinson supporters as they go along.
It wasn't a few weeks later either. See, this is where he lies. It wasn't a few weeks. When someone says few weeks, no, when someone says a few weeks, it means 2 weeks. But when he got arrested, when he gave that speech with Martin Sellner, because I was there because I filmed it with Martin Sellner, that was March the 8th, 2018. So this vigil was not in 2018 or 19 or 20. It might have been in 21, right?
No.
So this is what
Heiko.
You said Tommy Robinson.
Khoo got arrested at the second time Tommy Robinson visited, which was during the pandemic.
And I was there for that. I was there for that as well.
Why are you lying? So why are you lying?
He got arrested the first time. He got arrested the first time. He got arrested the first time. See,
you're such a liar.
Look how disingenuous it is. He got arrested the first time too.
Every time I
got arrested, I got arrested the second time. I got arrested. I got arrested the second time. I got arrested the second time.
No, I got arrested the second time.
Okay, so when was Sarah Everard's murder? Because I know the date when I was arrested. I was arrested on the 1st of November. Was when
got arrested at Tommy Robinson's
the Everard
visit.
Yeah, that's November the 1st, then the second one. Okay, because I got arrested the same day. So that was November the 1st, 2020. So when was Sarah Everard's funeral? Even then, it's not a few weeks, because a few weeks is 2 weeks, cunt.
Okay.
Lister.
Right? So once again, you're full of shit again. See, you can't even do it. You can't even do it right when you're correcting someone.
Can we get Busker in, please? Because Busker's been wanting to speak. Go ahead, Busker.
Yeah, Lister, why when we were at Scotland Yard and we were there for Sarah Everard, why did you go around telling Antifa that I was a racist and a fascist to try to get me physically attacked?
Oh my God.
Because that's what you are.
Incitement to violence.
No
he
one
was
touched
going around
No
literally
one fucking
telling
touched
Antifa that I was a
No one
racist and a
touched him.
fascist.
All
to
they
get me
did,
attacked
all they did was try and hide you from filming their faces because
And they stopped
people
doing it
on
after a while
left-wing
and left me alone.
people on
And you
left-wing
carried on.
protests
When they left me alone,
don't
you
want
followed me
far-right
all the way from Scotland
people who
Yard
are
up to
associated with
Trafalgar
the far
Square.
right.
You're
Going,
People who
you
disgusting.
better leave.
associate
You better leave.
You're
You better
disgusting,
leave.
you
You're
are.
not wanted here.
I'm disgusting. I'm basically returning the favor. When I went to far right rallies and Tommy Robinson protests,
Oh,
I was
right.
removed. I was removed
Oh,
violently
you wanted revenge.
for not
You
even
wanted
filming,
revenge.
for just
Revenge.
talking to people. As soon as I tell
Revenge.
people about Busker filming people, which is much more
Wow.
nefarious than what
I
I was
was
doing,
not
and they just
filming
try and
them.
stop me
I was
filming.
filming
He
the
cries like a
protest.
fucking baby. No
You
one
know,
I
even
also agree.
you know,
no one on
Lister's
the left has
harmless.
ever
You
touched
know,
me
Lister.
because of
You know,
Busker.
Lister's
No one
harmless
on
when it
the
comes
left
to
has
things like
ever
that.
touched me because
And
of
you've
me,
literally,
Busker. However, when I've been to far-right rallies, I've
you
been to
literally,
numerous
you
times,
literally
and
put a
you
target.
literally
You
don't
literally
care.
put a target on his back. And I assure
No,
you, if
no,
for
no,
example, I had some leftist come up to me and give
no,
me any shit at all on a live stream,
no.
right? One, I would
You're a
defend
different fucking
myself.
story, Base, because
Yeah,
you've
exactly,
actually
exactly.
incited people to
I
attack me.
excited people to attack you.
Yes,
Fuck
you
Listen,
have.
off.
I've
Yes,
never
you have.
tried to get you attacked. But you tried to
I'm
get
not
me
Oh,
saying
attacked.
my.
I'm not saying you have, Busker, and I've not
Right.
tried to get
So
you
Wow.
why did you
attacked.
do it to me? Why
Yeah,
did you do it
exactly.
to me?
No one's ever
I
laid a
agree.
You
finger on
The way
did.
you
that Sarah
because of me.
Everard
You're
died
No
disgusting.
was
one's ever
disgusting.
laid a finger on you because of me. Why are you crying?
What?
Oh
Why are
my
you
God,
crying,
you
Busker?
tried to have me
Because
beat
of
him
you.
up.
So wait there, Busker.
What did you say at Speaker's
He's
Corner
just
last
admitted.
Sunday?
He's just admitted that he controls the rabble. He controls the rabble. He
I
said
don't
the reason why
control
you
the
didn't get
rabble.
punched. He said the reason why you didn't get punched or
No.
attacked was because of me. Because I
Do you
fucking
think
made
they
sure you
fucking
didn't.
listen to
See,
me?
if you noticed, he's saying he controls them, or he has influence.
Yeah,
He has
okay.
influence. Well, you just
Okay.
said it. You literally said
Listen, you
the
came
reason
up
why
to
you
me
didn't
and
get
you
attacked
told
was
me
because of you.
I had no right to be at the Sarah Everard thing. You told me I had no
Wow.
right to be there, the one outside Scotland Yard. Do you remember that? You told
You
me I had
didn't
no
have a
right
right to be there. No one wanted
This is
you
a
to be there.
fascist. This is a fascist
Well,
view. This is what
Someone
fascists
asked
do.
me, who's
So
that
This is
over
what.
there? And I
Speaker's
told
Corner
them who
over
it
there
was.
together. I
And
don't
then
want you at
from that
Speaker's
moment,
Corner. I
Do
don't
you
want you at
agree?
Speaker's Corner, but I don't tell you to leave.
let me
Do you
respond.
agree? Do you agree, panel? That's what fascists do.
Let
Fascists
me
say that you
respond.
don't belong in a public place.
Definitely a fascist.
Recording.
Filming
Fascists.
women that don't want to be filmed. If
What women?
someone's
I
going
was-
around filming random women that they don't know,
What do you mean
random
random
women?
You
Yeah, honest
fucking
to
liar.
God, you're an idiot.
I was filming a protest.
and that footage
You've
goes
gone
back
to
to
That's
a
the
on my
far right,
protest.
YouTube.
and
You
then
go
that
tell me.
footage
You
is
go tell
shared
me
with
what women are
far
doing.
right figures.
You fucking
This
liar.
is far right.
Fucking liar. You fucking weirdo liar, cunt.
You're the weirdo going around filming women on a
Oh,
protest.
filming women, really?
Wow.
What?
fucking
Give us
weird
your name.
thing
Well,
to
what's,
Give us your name. Who's
You
I
either
film?
care about women's
What did I
safety
film?
or you don't.
Then
what's
And
that?
you clearly
Who did I
What's
film?
filming?
Because if
What's
you're filming,
filming got to
It's
do?
on my
What's
YouTube.
filming got to do with
I
women's
filmed
safety?
it. I was I couldn't film it half the time because you were getting in my camera.
Hello,
Manny,
hello.
I'm going to go now because it's 11
Yeah,
o'clock.
yeah.
And
Before you go,
Oh, it's bedtime. Night, night, sweetheart.
Come on, woman. Before you go, Lister. First of all, thank you for coming on. I know you and I have different views on basically most things, but I appreciate you coming on and explaining your investigation. But before you go, just give us your last thoughts without nobody interjecting him, and just give us, your last few thoughts before you go, and then we'll go around to everybody else before they go as well.
yeah, thanks for having me on as well. It was good to be able to talk about it because I did put a lot of work in. I really enjoyed the first about hour to hour and a half of the live stream when it was just us two. I think having all these other weirdos and freaks on here has added a bit too much chaos to the actual what could have been a more concise and informative live stream. But yeah, can I, Bosco? It's not your fucking time yet.
Mister, haven't you got
I just want to make it clear.
Go to the missing pizzas on your Uber.
Please
let him
leave
finish, please.
So I just want to make it clear that what happened at the vigil was an organized effort between left and the right and the center. Anyone who tells you otherwise, that I'm just calling everybody far right for the fucking sake of it, is lying to you.
Wow.
Anyone who tells you that I don't care about them is
left and
lying
right.
to you.
Mister,
The reason why I
Mister.
started going to Tommy Robinson protests is because I could have been that person falling for
You went to a Tommy
Robinson
protest.
bullshit.
He must be a
And
fascist.
I used my spare time of my own accord to go there and speak to people off camera on a like face-to-face level to get an understanding of people, because I took inspiration from Daryl Davis and the way that he was able to find common
Right.
ground with KKK members.
It's supposed to be a finish, isn't it?
He's derobed
Mister, can I
200
ask you to
KKK
something?
members. So,
Okay, all right, thank
so
you.
when anyone tells you that I don't care about them, don't believe them. When everyone
Mister?
tells you that I've tried to hurt someone, don't believe them. When everyone tries to tell you that I've tried to get someone
Lister,
arrested,
are you going to
or
stop
put someone
talking?
in
One minute,
harm's way,
let him finish.
don't
Or are
believe
you
them.
going to run? He's going to run. He is.
Don't
Man.
believe
He's going to
them.
run.
I
He's
have
going to run.
taken massive risk going to these events on my own.
Wow.
I've been attacked myself for doing so. Busker or based Welshmen have never had a fucking finger laid on them because of me. So don't believe their bullshit.
Okay,
They
thank
are
you.
the nefarious ones.
You
They are the
tried.
dangerous ones.
Let's stop it.
Manny, this is
involved
too
with
much.
them.
Thank you, Lister. Thank you, Lister. All right, guys. Remember that
No.
I am the host. It's not to say
Mister,
that I'm
is
some
this
kind of authoritarian, but
Mister?
I'm just trying to structure
I
this.
wanna ask this
Okay,
a question.
Buster, why don't you go ahead now?
Mister, are you still there?
I'm not going to answer your question. This is your
No,
fight.
you don't
Like
have to
you
answer, but I just
say
wanted to ask you
goodbye.
something.
This is your goodbye
No,
thing, Busker. I'm not answering
no,
a
I was
question.
going to ask you. I just wanted to, how long did it take you to get those Brexit stickers off the back of your Uber bike when we stuck them on?
Busker, do you have a final comment to make before we close the stream down?
Yeah, this is a cunt.
Base Welshman, we'll let you go next, and then Jupiter.
Yeah, I mean, it's the sad thing about Lister. I do believe he's deteriorated over the years, the last couple of years. I certainly have. I think a lot of people have, but I think it's hit people worse than others. I think the way he thinks is not good. He accuses people of being fascists and racists over literally just one answer questions. You know, as far as you're concerned, you know, you're labelled then, or you're labelled as a weirdo or sort of freak or some other, you know, comment from him.
Yeah, he always hangs around in his protests.
Yeah, well, he doesn't hang around in throat. What he does, he goes home and he has like his screen on a 6-way cut, and he's just jabbing off to it all the time, isn't he? And then just uses other people's content. But this Sarah Everard thing, Lister is a conspiracy theorist, 100% is. He just doesn't like admitting it. That's the difference. And the way he nets things together, it's a bit like John Overkill, isn't it? A bit fucked up in the head. That's what it is. And even John Overkill told you to fuck off as well, didn't he?
All right. Let's not go too personal. All right, so let's finish it off with Dupes, and then we're going to close the stream down. Dupes.
So what I would say is this, that I do think that Lister is a conspiracy theorist, but I do think that this is probably one of his better videos. However, you have got a lot wrong there. You're very biased, Lister. You try to make out that you're neutral, but you're obviously a very, very crazy lefty. And you can't see the left influence in that video. The reason that me and Wendy broke it down and were so concerned is because of Steve's actions and where Steve said he stood and where Steve was guiding people to stand in public at Speaker's Corner. Yeah, he was getting himself involved with Piers Corbyn and Heiko. And to us, it was kind of crazy. And so we did highlight that, and we sort of backed up Lister that there did seem to be some conspiracy there or allegiance between these people from Speaker's Corner to hijack a woman's vigil. And I thought that was pretty disgusting for politics to do that to that poor person's family that had lost someone under such horrible conditions. But the main point is that now in recent weeks with Steve being sort of like, well, people saying he's hope not hate, and him having admitted that he's had conversations with them, which is not just one, but more than one. it makes you wonder just what the fucking hell is going on with Steve. And I don't think that this has put Steve Atheist in any good light, especially when he's encouraging people to lay in front of police vans, especially when, you know, he was screaming at the police officers, "You just don't get it, do you? You just don't get it." Well, tell us what it was we were supposed to be getting. The fact that you turned up with a load of fucking people with a banging drum to hijack somebody's vigil, which is completely disrespectful, you know. So
brilliant. Thank you very much. I don't think anybody could beat that closing by Jupiter. I think that's quite accurate. I want to thank, obviously, Lister for coming on and being the main guest and taking through his work. Also, for the attitude that Base Welshman brought with him. Obviously, there's history between him and Lister, and then Busker jumped on also to set the record straight. And then the wise words from Jupiter. We also had Dave Smith, and we also had Wendy come on as well. All right, guys, if you want to jump off, I am going to play the outro now. But thanks again to everybody coming on and making the show brilliant. But most importantly, it's the people that watched, the people are watching, and those that commented. Those were the best people in all of this. So thank you very much for supporting us.
Night, everyone. Later. Bye-bye.
Cheers, Manny.
Thank
you for the chat.
Bye. See you guys. See you. So thanks to everyone. Cheers, mate. Thanks for everybody for joining us and participating in the chat, which is great, which is what gives us a motivation to carry on. So Banksy and I are back. I'm going to be announcing the winners of the competition on Wednesday, the art competition to win Raj's artwork. That will be announced on Wednesday. So yeah, me and Banksy, 8 o'clock on Wednesday, and then I might have a surprise live stream on a Friday, but we'll see how that goes. I'm waiting for a guest to confirm. But yeah, have a amazing few hours left of your bank holiday. Thanks, guys.
It's a young generation, like Prime Minister Trudeau, half of this cabinet, are actually young non-believers of the world. So if we penetrate the cabinet, the change is not just happening. The change can be shaped by us. We have to prepare for a more angry world. How to prepare? To take the necessary action, create the fairer world. I see the need for a great reset. So people assume we are just going back to the good old world which we had, and everything will be normal again. This is, let's say, fiction. It will not happen.
There is only one way this pandemic is going to go. It's going to get worse and worse and worse.
Pay insufficient attention to the frightening scenario of a comprehensive cyber attack, which would bring to a complete halt to the power supply, transportation, hospital services, our society as a whole. The COVID-19 crisis would be seen in this respect as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber attack.